do, or say, or be. Let me do it now, today, this moment, for I shall not pass this way again. This moment is fleeting. So I want you to turn to your left and to your right and look at the people with whom you're sharing this space and greet them with a genuine smile or hello. I won't ask what that was all about. And know that your presence here today sends a message about your commitment, but more importantly, it should give a message to you of your opportunity today to be encouraged and equipped for a better life and for a better future. Good morning. As an elected member of the Board of Trustees of Tarrant County College, I bid you welcome to one of your 6 campuses in Tarrant County. South Campus, where we are today, the original campus. Northeast Campus in Hurst, opened second. Northwest Campus, over on 820 West, opened in 1976, the only community college to open during that bicentennial year. Followed by Southeast Campus in Arlington, near Mansfield, and finally Trinity River Campus, which is in downtown Fort Worth on the banks of the Trinity. And in 2015, we were officially accredited to received official accreditation for a virtual campus, which is known as TCC Connect. So we have a total of 6 highly accredited and acclaimed campuses, which tax dollars support. We're in the middle of a $845 million bond program, which taxpayers approved. We're making improvements to all campuses. We're practically rebuilding Northwest Campus, which was destroyed in a weather event. But we're making improvements to all campuses across the district. The goal is to better serve the needs of all the citizens of Tarrant County. So if you have a friend or a neighbor, relative, who you think could benefit from some of the myriad of programs that we have, you shouldn't keep to yourself about the great things that happen here. You should share it. And the most important thing is that I want you to think about is that you can make not only your college experience, but your college what it needs to be for you. You can make it what you need it to be. So if you have a need, it's your responsibility to ask some of these well-paid people who walk around, smile at you every day for help, and to ask for things that you need, that you want to know, that you need to know. And so, why do we need a summit that talks about social justice? Well, maybe some of you heard the old term that the squeaking wheel gets the oil. That used to be really important. When you went to get an oil change on your car, they also oiled the wheels of the car because that kept them operating properly. I really don't think they do that anymore because the mechanisms have changed and they're self-lubricating. But what that statement means is that if you have a need and it's not met, you should squeak about it, speak about it, and then let it be known. More importantly for me, As I said to someone earlier, if you wake up one morning and you see you don't have a fight on your schedule, a task, then you need to blink and look again. And then you need to walk forward in your truth. Because every minute, every second, you get an opportunity to do the right thing. I'm just going to give you one quick example, and I'm finishing. We are often in conversations where one person says something negative or derogatory about another person. And that may be your friend who's speaking, and you don't want to be negative with that person or contradict them, but you could say, in deference to the person that you know, that's not my experience. I hope that you can work through that and find something positive. So, lots of excitement here. One thing that I want to share that I grasped last night from Sean King, he said, restraint. And in my 46 years of service on the board of Tarrant County College, I can tell you that I have had to exercise a lot of restraint. You can't always say what you want to say, when you want to say it, to whom you want to say it, because once it's out, and it may have long-lasting effects that affect what you want to accomplish. So you have to think about what are you going to accomplish by whatever that is you want to say or do. So one of my greatest freedoms is to exercise my own restraint. I choose when, where, and how to speak and address issues that are before me. And I hope that I always do it with wisdom and discernment and with the memory of those that helped me get here, those that are on the journey with me, and those that I am responsible to serve, and most of all, to him whom I serve. That's my greatest freedom, to use my personal freedom to accomplish the greater good. So welcome. Have a great time today. Learn a lot. Get empowered. And then continue to walk and ensure social justice for all. God bless.
Next, I would like to call up to the stage our TORO Talks co-leads in Brother Michael Russ and Dr. Jeffrey Herr.
RJ. Hey, we're back, Brother Russ. And it's good to be here, isn't it?
Yes, it is good to be here this morning. Good morning, everybody.
Hey.
How y'all feeling out there this morning? Y'all okay? You look good. You feel good? All right, this crowd here, they are alert on this side. Y'all can tell they are alert. I like it.
Cal, thank you. RJ, thank you. Dr. Morrison, engaging and motivating as always. Thank you so much.
So, as been stated, my name is Michael Russ, and I am one of the co-leads for the TORO Talks platform.
Dr. Jeffrey Herr, also co-lead for TORO Talks, professor of education and philosophy.
And so what we want to do is just kind of tell you about what is TORO Talks, how it all got started, and then we'll give you also a little recap about last night. So Dr. Herr, tell them the origin story of how this platform got started.
I will. So 2019, spring semester, January, we had 3 students, Student Government Association students, Intercultural Network students, 3 black male students in the parking lot who were approached by the captain of police of the TCC Police Department, and negative perceptions started to ensue with our black students. The police officer was just coming up to greet them. Well, they did engage in a polite conversation, but all the while, the police officer was resting his arms and hands on his gun belt. And this posed an elevated threat to our students. One of the students took a very brave step and asked why he was doing that. It seemed to be a threat. The police officer had a valid response. He said, "This gun belt weighs up to 35 pounds. It puts a lot of strain on my hips. I put my arms on it when I'm in a resting position to pull it away from my body just to alleviate the strain of the weight." And that was his truth. The young men found that to be an interesting answer, but also felt like that this is something that happens on a regular. That when a police officer does approach them, they do seem to be mirroring an image of threat. But a conversation, a polite civic conversation, ensued in that parking lot in January of 2019. They went back and forth for several minutes talking about the difference between cultures and policing. They decided in that moment that they were going to hold an event in this very room. And in April of 2019, where you're sitting now and where I'm standing here and the rest of us on this stage, there was a unity summit filled with police officers from Fort Worth, Arlington, Tarrant County College, district attorneys from Fort Worth, faculty members from South Campus, church and community leaders in attendance, and we had a community summit about the community and policing, about culture, about our interactions, about education and experiences, and we could not let that moment go. And that became the seed of TORO Talks. Brother Russ, tell us more.
Absolutely. So that movement was the genesis of this entire movement that you see today. And as you know, we are at a college and we're at a community college, and so students transition out one semester to another. And so 2020 came around, or actually it was the latter part of 2019. Our former VP was here, got hired, and she heard about that awesome Unity Summit that took place. And she said, well, what work is continuing to happen? And we said, well, you know, it was initiated by students, and so they're no longer here, so we're not really doing anything with that work. And she said, no, we can't leave that there. And so as a result, we birthed the TORO Talk Summit. It was put together in the latter part of 2019. We launched our official program in February of 2020. We had a great crowd just like this today, and then guess what happened? COVID, right? The pandemic. It happened, and then we had to pivot, just like everybody here in the world, right? We had to pivot, and we went virtual. And as a result of going virtual, we have hosted 7 programs, 1 in person. Most of them have been virtual programs, but we continue to serve our community. We continue to serve and do the work of social justice, and that is why we're here today. And so this TORO Talks Summit is an expansion of our TORO Talks platform. This is the very first of its kind. We're glad and proud to host this today, and we look forward to hosting this in the future as well. And so we want to give you that knowledge and insight of what the TORO Talks platform is so that you know you have that information. Now, also, we want to tell them a little bit, what are your thoughts about last night in that conversation with Sean King?
It's been stated already by Cal and RJ, the magnitude, the engaging factor of Sean King speaking to us last evening and coming up soon today as well. But what I took away the most was we talk a lot in classrooms, on social media, in the community about the problems that are huge, the problems that exist with marginalized and underrepresented people. But we don't talk enough about the solutions he talked about. That's the biggest takeaway that I got, was there are 20 solutions for every problem. We should explore each solution and find the one that sticks. That's what took away. We talk about problems by exasperating and talking about the problems even more, he suggests, when we should be talking about solutions more. Because there are solutions out there, and they're really creative, but sometimes I think we're apprehensive about throwing those against the wall and seeing which one sticks, because they're out there And that's what I took away the most.
Absolutely. So we have a great program. We're going to get out of your way, but I do want to do this because we failed to do this last night. You all are here in person, but we do have a virtual audience. Can y'all wave at our virtual audience and let them know what they're missing? Right? They couldn't make it today, but they are virtual. We had a virtual audience last night. I was told there was close to 200 plus views, and we also have a virtual audience today. So we do want to acknowledge them. And lastly, I'd be remiss if I don't acknowledge our dynamic TORO Talks committee members. We could not do this work that we do if it wasn't for these individuals. So you will see on the screens, there are several
Let's go back and
people.
forth. Let's cipher. Let's go back and
Okay,
forth.
what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Okay. Mr. Michael Russ. Go ahead.
Dr. Jeffrey Herr, everybody.
Boom. Deshaun Jackson, where you at, Deshaun? Stand on a chair, stand up.
Sean Jackson, she's probably out there somewhere. We've got the amazing Dr. Keisha Shelton.
Ooh, she's making this place run today. Dr. Natalie Johnson, stand up, Natalie, there she is in the back.
We've got Dr. Iris Harvey, who is probably out in the lobby right now. Dr. Iris Harvey.
There she is. The king of pop, Dr. Michael Jackson, JD, the king of pop, everybody.
The amazing Dr. Jennifer McSpadden is out there as well. Jennifer McSpadden.
Professor Harold K. Jackson, if he's in the house, stand up.
We have another Jackson. We have Jennifer Jackson as well, who is also in the lobby. Jennifer
JJ,
Jackson.
where you at, JJ? The very impressive LaWanda Hurst. LaWanda, where are you? She may be at the registration table.
And certainly last but not least, if you know him, Jonathan Morrison. Where's he at? Jonathan Morrison. So these people here have made it happen. Again, they make us look good. We're here holding the mic, but if you know you've done this type of work, you know that it doesn't get done without people being in the
I have
background.
no idea what it takes to make me look good.
Oh, really?
And
Absolutely.
it's not even happening right now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. But these people make it work. And so we're excited to have them on our committee. Some of them, again, are not in the room right now because they are actually working, but we do want to acknowledge them. And so, again, thank you for being here for day 2 of the TORO Talks Summit, and you are in store for a treat. Thank you.
Artistic expression is incorporated into the TORO Talks programs to encourage alternative forms of communication where words may not seem sufficient. Feelings, concepts, and ideas is where artistic expression excels. And it is where I now have the privilege and opportunity to introduce Brenton Jackson, a licensed professional counselor and supervisor at TCC's Northwest Campus and co-host at Doc's Bookshop Open Mic. Thank you.
All right, how y'all doing? It's good. All right, so they gave me 4 minutes to turn this place into an open mic session. All right, so let me see you snap. All right, okay, that's good. So the reason we snap at an open mic is because there used to be called Poetry's Dens when they started in the Harlem Renaissance, and they was held in the lower parts, basements of apartment floors. And so instead of clapping, they would snap so they wouldn't disturb the people upstairs. Now, these days, we are able to have open mics. We are able to do this out in the open. But we still snap when a poet drops a poem, meaning they forget a line, because we want to call on those old spirits from the Harlem Renaissance to help them out. And we also snap when they say something you really like, because we want to say the thing that they said that you really like came from those old spirits from the Harlem Renaissance. That way, we get to do the little humble kick that poets like to do. All right, so this first poem was inspired by someone we affectionately call the High Priestess of Soul, Nina Simone. She made a statement and said that the artist's job is to reflect their times. Now, that quote lives in your head while you're riding around listening to the radio these days, and you might write a poem that goes something like this. These days, these entertainers, They real quick to call themselves artists. Yet they real slow to write even one protest song. Maybe they afraid they might be mistaken for Pete Seeger or Bob Dylan in blackface, so they settle for just being pawns in the game. These days, these entertainers, they got me confused. Always thought us folks who were darker than blue summoned a different muse. Never knew we would be afraid of being America's little mischievous child. Willing to raise the plantation mistress's skirt, exposing her bustras so they would know that all this new booty is just old manufactured goods. But these days, these entertainers, they just follow suit. Maybe they done forgot about songs such as Ma Rainey's Flat Black Bottom Blues, so they settle for being injected into the butt of every joke too. See, they got your daughters believing that they woke up like that. So your daughters wake up, look in the mirror, and just want to go back to bed. They got your sons believing that they hustle hard, so your sons don't want to know hard work. They got you believing they don't, you? But that's all they do. They were the ones who told you Berry Gordy was a project pimp, but they gave Clive Davis an NAACP Lifetime Achievement Award. They were the ones who told you, don't wear your sorority colors to the march, sister, but please march home and support your sorority sisters on reality TV. See, they done stole all your John Henry. Just left you with double doses of Double Dutch and Stagger Lee. Got you worried about who's singing Precious Lord Take My Hand, but you not never worried why no one is ever singing Mississippi Goddamn. See how they always got you raving about Simone, but not Nina? Did we forget how to crush up pieces of glass and put it in the master's food? Did we forget the sacred songs of Oya and Oshun? Have you been to the crossroads lately? Did you speak to Papa Legba? Did he instruct you on how to cut heads properly? Did he baptize you in muddy waters? Did he lay you in a sun house for 3 days? Did you rise up on the third with some lightning Hopkins in your step, some Selah in your chest, some Fela on your fist, some Marley in your mane? Excuse me, sir, but is that a Miles Davis or a Benny Goodman horn? Or those Shirley Temple Black or Black Nicholas Brothers shoes, because I see you smiling like Satchmo and dancing like Bojangles, but you ain't singing about the stormy weather of being black and blue, so I wonder if those are notes or nooses you're dancing to. You see, you just want me to be happy while Marvin Gaye rolls over in his grave and cries. You see, you just want to grab yourself on stage, call yourself Picasso and Basquiat, but your heart and your veins would collapse under that much pain. You see, you just want to do TikTok challenges, but you don't want the lifestyle of Richard Pryor. You don't want the lifestyle of Matisse. Lose the ability to raise your hand so you paint the rest of life's pictures with your tongue and your teeth. You do not want to pay the price for artistry. You just want to get paid to entertain me. So dance, dance, dance. Thank you. So if you like that, do me a favor and pull out your mobile device and go to whatever social media platform you frequent and follow me. And I'm going to spell my name how my grandfather would spell it. It would be B-R-E-N-T-O-M. All right, M as in man, that was good. All right, so Brentum Jackson on all social medias, BRENTOM JACKSON. If you are 18 and under and you're interested in getting involved in the Fort Worth Youth Poetry Slam competitions, send me a holler on there. If you are a college student and you write, even Cal said he did a little journaling last night, so we're going to look for him at the Doc Open Mic. That's where you keep abreast of all the poetry events that are happening. Also follow Doc Open Mic, DOCKOPENMIC, Doc Open Mic. All right, and I'll do one last poem so y'all can make way for the amazing keynote speaker. You see, beauty be big, blooming, blossoming cotton buds and black hands desperately grasping at brown rope while bleeding red blood. You see, beauty be pumping, palpitating hearts held to the sky by tan hands ripped from the chest of live men on the tops of Aztec pyramids. You see, beauty be Congolese kings on their knees begging the Portuguese to continue the trade in slaves so they can continue to receive things like European food, guns, cash, and glass beads. You see, beauty be some pretty ugly things. And I'd only hope that one day I can be that beautiful. You see, I want to be beautiful like pieces of Abraham Lincoln's skull found on the backs of theater seats. Or I want to be beautiful like MLK's face splattered upon a Memphis, Tennessee balcony. Or I want to be beautiful like Fred Hampton's red American blood sprinkled upon white Indonesian bedsheets. Or maybe I want to be beautiful like the side of John F. Kennedy's head, or the hole in Trayvon Martin's chest, or the cotton gin fan around Emmett Till's neck, or the holes in Jesus Christ's feet and the holes in Jesus Christ's hands. Maybe I want to be beautiful like black skin being baked into concrete by southern heat on Jasper, Texas streets. You see, I want to be that beautiful because I want my death to inspire life. And more than that, I want my life to inspire people like you to pick up a pen and write and carve something pretty beautiful into this pretty ugly thing that we call life. And if tomorrow just so happens to be the day that I draw my last breath, I ask that you simply remember this. You remember this morning that I stood on this stage, behind this mic, underneath these lights, and I begin to recite this poetry with all the strength and energy I could muster in this life. And I ask you to remember that this is how poets pray. This is how we meditate. This is our tribal offering, our tribal sacrifice. This is our yin, this is our yang, and this is the only way we know how to make this world a little bit more of a beautiful place. Thank you. You've been a beautiful audience. You have a beautiful time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brendan Jackson, for blessing with those amazing poems. Amazing poems. So I now have the amazing opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker. Jasmine Crockett is a state representative, civil rights and criminal defense attorney, and proud lifetime member of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and is running to be the next congresswoman in Texas 30. Representative Crockett has earned her BA in Business Administration from Rhodes College and her JD from University of Houston. She's licensed to practice the law in Texas, Arkansas, and federal courts. Crockett is the past Bowie County Democratic Party chair, holds various leadership positions within the legal community, and is also a former board member of the Dallas County Metro Care Services. She also sits on business and industry criminal jurisprudence committees of the Texas State House, from the courtroom to the Capitol. Representative Crockett has never lost sight of the people and has never lost sight of the thousands of voices from Texans. She has represented over 5,000 Texans in court, including over 400 peaceful protesters whom presented in pro bono. Representative Crockett has also served as a public defender and the former president of the Dallas Black Criminal Bar Association. She is running for Congress to take her proven fighting spirit to Washington, D.C. I now want to bring on stage Jasmine Crockett.
Good morning. I feel like I got set up, right? Like they put me up here after this great poet, and then they give you a politician. I feel like I got set up, but anyway. Nevertheless, so I am supposed to be more scripted nowadays. Not good at it. So we're going to see where this goes. Let me tell you something. They also decided that they wanted to give me what I would consider to be an SAT question. It was about justice. And I'm like, wait a minute now, do y'all know how long it's been since I've been in school and y'all want to ask me to define this concept that I don't really know can be defined? But that's what they decided to do. So for those of you that don't know anything about me, I'm going to tell you something that most people honestly have never heard. And that's the fact that probably when I was about many of your age, I was attending school in Memphis, Tennessee, which if you know anything about Memphis, Memphis has its fair share of black folk. Is that right? Yep. Anybody know about that North? Okay, all right. So I went to school in North Memphis, and I was on a campus that was gated. And so it was like this anomaly in North Memphis, because when you drove onto the campus of my school, Rhodes College, which has been voted the most beautiful campus in this country a number of times, it also did not look like the community in which it sat. There were only 18 African Americans in my class, and this is in college in Memphis, Tennessee. That's fine. That's okay. I had attended private school before. What wasn't okay was one day I went to my on-campus school mailbox. And what I found inside that mailbox was hate mail. Someone had done like a Jack the Ripper thing, called me all kinds of names, things like that. As it turns out, I wasn't the only target. As I stated already, there weren't that many African Americans. So the rest of my classmates, as well as upperclassmen, had been targeted as well. Cars were keyed with the N-word. It was the first time I truly felt racism. And at that point in time, I think I probably believed that racism didn't really exist anymore. I was probably just that naive. And so here it is. This is before we have hashtags. This is before we have Ferguson and what happened there. This is way before Trayvon Martin. And so here it is. I'm sitting here thinking, now I've done everything right, and I've not done anything to anybody. Why is it that myself and my friends that look like me have been targeted? How many of you came into school thinking y'all were going to be one thing and you've already switched your major? Just let me see. Okay, right? It happens all the time. So I had initially gone to school saying, I'm going to become an anesthesiologist. Ultimately, after experiencing this event, I thought, I've got to do something more because we have a problem. So there was a woman who was brought in by my school, and she actually had attended University of Houston Law School. She worked for the Cochran firm. She was brought in, and her charge was to try to figure out what happened to us. And while they never figured out who did what, when, where, or how, that was the first time that I felt like I needed somebody in this kind of space, and I wondered, who do people normally call? Ultimately, I decided I would go to law school. I got a full ride to attend Texas Southern University down in Houston, Texas. And by the time I got to Texas Southern, I ended up being top 10% of my class. When you top of the class in law school, the firms come for you. So then I started seeing money, right? Forgot why I went to law school completely, because I was like, I can get 6 figures? Yes, right? Because I'm going to be 25. I'm going to be a baller. All right. So I get out of law school. I started practicing law, doing very boring civil defense litigation. Hated it. And I started to wonder, why did I go to law school again? And then what happened is I realized, oh yeah, I went to law school because I wanted to fight for people that felt like they were helpless. So I shifted gears. I became a public defender. After becoming a public defender, I thought, I don't know that I really trust these prosecutors. So at the age of 28, I actually ran for district attorney in Bowie County, Texas. That's Texarkana. Y'all heard of Texarkana? Yeah, we all drove through it. Just don't stop. Yeah. So I ran for district attorney out there. That was at a time in which the state of Texas had not elected an African-American woman DA and had only elected Craig Watkins as the only black DA in the state of Texas. I had $7,000, 3 years out of law school, won the early vote, lost on election day. Now, let me get to the heart of it. We're supposed to be talking about justice. So for me, I had a case that was truly the catalyst for me. There were plenty of cases that I dealt with, terrible stories, but I had a case, and I had a 17-year-old. This 17-year-old was in high school. He stole candy out of the concession stand at his high school. Now, how many of y'all think that that's a misdemeanor? Oh, okay, y'all know it's a felony? Oh, okay, I'm about to say, because I was shocked. So he was charged with a felony for stealing M&Ms, Snickers, and he was 17 years old. So number one, I had an issue because I was like, why are 17-year-olds adults in the state of Texas? And they still live in their mama's house? That was my first issue. My second issue was the value of this candy is like $10. So this is what we're going to do? So I did not represent this 17-year-old when he initially was charged with his case. He had some other lawyer that decided that it was okay for him to go on felony probation. Well, most high school students are trying to go to class during the day and not going to check in with a PO. So I got him on a probation revocation. The judge decided to send him to prison for 2 years. That was the max for stealing candy. And so at that point in time, I said, something's got to change. Because to me, that was an injustice. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to run for office. And everyone thought I was crazy, and I may have been a little bit crazy. But I tell that story because I've been chasing justice seemingly my entire life. Justice is not one of those things that you sit down one day and you say, hey, we've got it. Justice is something that has to be sought with every fiber of our being if we're really going to actualize it. And so here it is, crazy girl again, decides that she's going to run for the state house. Now, have y'all kept up with the governor at all? Okay, all right. So here it is. Imagine I am the youngest black state legislator in the state of Texas. And I was the only new African American. So I walk in and I'm thinking, I'm going to affect change. Yes, this is my chance. Because here it is, I come in the midst of COVID. Texas leads in uninsured in this country, and y'all know it's mostly people that are black and brown that are struggling with the uninsured. We have over 5 million uninsured folk in the state of Texas. So in the midst of a pandemic, I thought, this is our chance to get it right. We will do something right. In the midst of having to deal with what happened in El Paso, and this being our first session, I thought we would do some good on gun reform. But it didn't happen. And so here it is. I'm on the House floor. We're debating a bill on gun reform. Do y'all know that everybody can carry guns now? Did y'all know that changed? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure y'all keeping up with the drama. All right, so here it is. This is the part you don't know. We're on the House floor, and back mic is where you challenge stuff, basically. That's where you ask questions. Front mic is where you do amendments. So I had a colleague that had just done an amendment. I was supposed to do an amendment as it relates to courthouses. I don't think that people should have guns in courthouses unless you're the police, because it gets a little dramatic, whether it's family court or whether it's criminal court. I don't think people should just be walking in with guns. Makes sense to me. In fact, I've been involved in a courthouse shooting before in my life. So that was my amendment, to make sure at a very minimum we would be smart about guns in courthouses. But the amendment before me is the amendment that really took me out and shifted my entire attitude this session. The amendment before me was about saying, well, let me back up a little bit. Let me tell you this. There was an amendment that said that gang members would not be allowed to carry firearms. Cool. We can all agree. Gang members probably shouldn't be allowed to carry firearms. All right. I vote for that. Click my button. Next amendment. White supremacists and white extremists should not be allowed to carry firearms. How y'all think that vote went? So here it is. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Like, I mean, I was thrown off as a civil rights lawyer in a state where we saw that there was a hate crime that occurred in El Paso, Texas. And the first thing that we do is decide not only to give everyone guns, but okay, fine. You don't have to have training. Who cares about the fact that kids are dying every day because they're getting their hands on guns because the owners don't know how to properly store their firearms. They're not properly trained. Okay, cool. Y'all decide y'all don't care about the kids? Fine, right? But here's the deal. I don't even know how you justify a vote for white supremacy, but that is what they did. That is what the elected leaders in the state that has more African Americans than any other state decided to do. And so I'm sitting there and I'm supposed to get up and talk about a courthouse shooting. And so there's this rule, you got to stay on topic and what, man, forget that. My mind was blown. As a civil rights lawyer and as the only new black member, I got on the front mic and it broke me. And I cried. And it was just one of those moments where I'm looking them in their face and they're trying their best not to look at me. They're on their cell phones. They're doing all kinds of stuff. And I was like, they may not look at me, but you're going to hear me today. And so that was when I realized that representation was going to take on a different look, tone, and tenure. So let's talk about why I ran in the first place, because I have been chasing justice. It was mentioned that I'm a civil rights lawyer. Now, how many of y'all heard of George Floyd? Okay, so y'all ain't heard of George Floyd, or y'all just not awake? All right. How many of y'all marched? A couple of y'all marched. How many of y'all got arrested? How many of y'all got friends that got arrested? Ooh, was that a teacher that got arrested? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Listen, it was unlike anything that I've ever seen. So here it is. When I first announced that I was going to run for the state house, it was out of frustration, working one case at a time, seeing that in Dallas County I could get a weed charge dismissed, but in Tarrant County, it wasn't happening, right? So for me, I said, now how people becoming billionaires and millionaires other places, and we're constantly spending money incarcerating people on weed, right? So, and when you look at it, to me, it's part of the game, right? Because now there's a scarlet letter on somebody's chest. Now it makes it more difficult, say, potentially to get funding for school. You may not even be able to get financial aid to go to school. You may not be able to get certain housing because of the, so to me, it's part of the systemic issues that we have. And so I said, okay, we got to be smarter about this because I'm tired of this. In addition to that, I don't know if any of you heard of Jordan Edwards. Jordan Edwards was a 15-year-old kid, honor roll student, leaving a party. His brother was driving a car, and a police officer out of Box Springs killed him. Shot him in the head, riding as a passenger. And the struggle and the fight, y'all wouldn't believe, to get that case prosecuted. Maybe y'all would believe because we in Tarrant County right now. But the struggle was real, as they say. And so I got involved in that case along with a number of other cases. I'm sure y'all probably heard of Jackie Craig, who's out of Tarrant County as well, another one of my cases. But as I'm working these cases and we're trying to get somewhere on the civil side, I'm thinking there's a miss here too. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna be smarter about this. We have 254 counties in the state of Texas. We've got 30 million people. I need to change not only what's going on, say, in Dallas, but for the entire state. And so I said, okay, I'm running for the state house. And when I was running, I kept telling everybody, we're in the midst of a modern day civil rights movement. People didn't really hear me until George Floyd. I think that was the tipping point, but I was already running. And so here it is, we ended up with COVID, we ended up with George Floyd. And my team is on me, they're saying, you gotta raise money, you gotta raise money, you gotta raise money. I said, listen, you don't know what people are going through right now. You don't know who still has a job. I said, I can't be tone deaf. I can't go out and say, well, I need money so I can go down here because I'm a politician. I was like, that's not who I am. And so when the protests erupted, I said, but I am going to the streets. They said, say what? I said, no, I got to march. I got to get out there because this is what I do. And I also have to make sure that I help those that end up having an issue. We ended up representing over 600 people. Not one conviction at all. Got all the cases dismissed. But once again, this is me chasing justice. How is it right that that many people got arrested in the first place? I thought the Constitution was supposed to apply to everybody, not just some folk, right? And what most of you don't know is that I had to literally go toe-to-toe with the governor about protesters. Because, see, they didn't see the problem as policing, even though I ended up with a client who had his eyes shot out by law enforcement during the protest. There were so many people that were hurt unlawfully, as far as I'm concerned, in these protests by law enforcement. And you know what? The governor decided we don't need to worry about police and policing. We don't need to improve that. What we need to do instead is attack protesters. One of the bills that nobody's talked about, because we had so many other terrible bills that came through, was a priority bill for him to increase the punishment for protesters. The punishment was a misdemeanor, and, you know, it's arguable whether or not really they should be charged at all. But nevertheless, the offense that they were charging protesters with, they increased it to a felony. That's what they did this session. But we've been talking about repro rights, we've been talking about voting rights, we've been talking about so much that we couldn't get to all the bad stuff that happened. And so as I mentioned voting rights, how many of you know that we fled the state and went to D.C.? We fled the state and went to D.C. Now, there were those that said, oh, it's dramatic and things like that, but sometimes you have to do something dramatic in the name of pursuing justice. You have to be willing to do that. So that's what we did. So here it is, we're sitting there. As far as I'm concerned, I said it was like an abusive relationship down there. I was tired of getting my head bashed in. And so I said, if we're not gonna stand for democracy, then I don't think we're gonna stand for anything. And so I wanna encourage y'all, because honestly, it's always the young people that have led the movements. These are just the facts. Any pictures you look at, even when y'all think about MLK, how old was MLK when he was killed? He wasn't even 40. He was younger than me when he was killed. So imagine how much he did and how early and how young he was when he did those things. Y'all are the ones that are going to lead these movements. And so here it is, I'm sitting in the House, and my colleagues, a lot of them are looking at me like, well, this is how things go. No, sir. No, sir. No, we got to go. And so I started talking to other colleagues. You ready to be out? Y'all all ready? People are like, we may get warrants. We did get warrants. Have y'all ever heard of John Lewis? No? Let me tell you about John Lewis then. John Lewis is a former congressman that recently passed away. John Lewis marched with Martin Luther King. Y'all ever heard of Selma, Alabama? Yeah, I know they're not trying to teach y'all real history nowadays. That's a whole other issue we had to fight down there too. But either way, John Lewis, as he was crossing this bridge, marching with so many civil rights leaders, he was beaten. His skull was actually cracked. He almost died. And so there's this deal we call Bloody Sunday. Y'all ever heard of that? Ooh, Jesus. Okay. All right. So as he's crossing this bridge, he ends up, and John Lewis at that time may have been 19, I think, when it happened. And so John Lewis ultimately y'all ever heard of Good Trouble? Okay, good. We getting somewhere. All right. That was what John Lewis said, was get into some good trouble. But they were marching and fighting for voting rights. I just told y'all that John Lewis has passed away. Why is it that we're still marching and having to fight for voting rights right now? But let me tell you something. To me, if he could have his skull cracked, I don't care about a warrant. Because they went to jail as well. And some of them died. Most people don't realize that I'm only the 22nd black woman to ever serve in the Texas House. That is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I wouldn't be there but for those that were willing to give their lives. And so right now, when I say that sometimes we got to do something dramatic, I'm not saying you got to go get killed, and Lord knows I don't want you to die. But recognize that we wouldn't be where we are but for those coming before us and being fearless in the pursuit of justice. Fearless in being able to say that all of y'all, all of us can be in the same room and it not be illegal. Because at some point in time it was. Y'all know that? Did y'all learn that part? Okay, good. Just checking in on the history, because, I know they don't want to talk about slavery, so I didn't know if they talked about, civil rights, I'm just saying. But here's the point that I want to stress to you, is I want you to understand that the power is within your hands. Now, most of y'all y'all know who Obama is, right? Good. I'm doing good now. Listen, there was a generation of folk that never thought that we would ever see a black president, period. But most of y'all were probably in elementary school when he was the president. For some of y'all, he was the only president that y'all knew for a long time, was a black man. Versus the rest of us, we only knew white men, right? And so, but with every day and with every breath, you have to continually put into the justice fight. Does anybody know who Justice Jackson is? Yes. Ketanji. Okay, all right, there we go. Oh, yes, light bulb. Amen. So, yes, listen, I never thought that I would see the day. Now, do y'all think that that was just something that just happened? Tell me how we got there. Just one person. Tell me how we got there. I don't want the truth. I'm not dealing with you today. I know him, y'all. But literally, I just need one person because I got to make sure y'all awake. Yes, sir. Speak up. Stand up and speak up. Every single day. Listen, how many of y'all know who your elected officials are? At least one of them. Well, y'all know who Ted Cruz is. I mean, y'all know at least one, but like, I know y'all know who Ted Cruz is. But listen, I say this and I joke because we've got to hold our elected officials accountable. That's all of us. So to me, when I think about justice, I think about holding our elected representatives accountable because you need to represent for my interest because I elected you to do that. And so when we were fighting for voting rights and we ended up in D.C., it wasn't until I got out of Austin that I realized the whole country was going crazy. I thought it was just us. We kind of led the way, right, as it turns out. Florida decided to vote. Y'all know they mad at Disney World, right? Okay, see, I'm trying to see what y'all done caught up on. Yes, who gets mad at Disney? Have y'all ever seen anything so crazy in your lives? Right? Anyway, I grew up with Disney. I appreciate Disney. I love Disney. I stand with Disney. But this is all started with a movement out of Texas. And so we had these crazy bad bills. Did y'all know that our neighboring state of Oklahoma was having to deal with a lot of the abortions that women needed out of the state of Texas as a border state, right? So y'all know what Oklahoma just did? Made a felony for a doctor. Doctor can face up to 10 years in prison if they perform an abortion. So, I say all that to say that I didn't even understand how bad some of this legislation was getting that was spreading throughout the country, whether it was voting bills. I mean, they wouldn't even let us have online voter registration in the state of Texas. And then they said they ran out of paper and couldn't send y'all no voter registration cards. I mean, it may be a lot of things that y'all don't know about voter suppression, but God dog it. We can do everything else on the internet, but we can't register to vote. And then y'all ain't got no paper? I mean, just a setup. Like, literally, they don't want your voices heard at all. And even in that CRT bill that they passed, everybody talks about CRT, and we know it ain't CRT, but either way. What y'all don't realize is a portion of that bill directly went to the heart of something that I feel very strongly about. I had more interns in my office than anyone else. I had 26 interns in my office. And my interns earn credit. In the CRT bill, they want to allow y'all to earn credit for working in an office like mine. I don't know what that has to do with CRT. I'm just telling y'all. That's what they put into the legislation. And so we see these CRT bills going throughout the country. We see so many bills that seemingly are an attack on who we are, whether it's LGBTQIA attacks. We saw that they were attacking our trans youth. We see those bills that are going throughout the country. And so ultimately it came down to it, and I said, well, I got to stay in this fight. There has to be an answer. And so for me, the fight means that I go to D.C. and try to shut down all these crazy states as they're trying to move these bills. But there's a fight for each and every one of you. So tell me, how many political science majors do I have? Okay, then Okay, let's go with nursing. Okay, all right, we got some nursing. Do we have business? Oh, okay, perfect. So, okay, all right, we're gonna go with business since at least I got a few of y'all. What are y'all majoring in? Give me. Communications, technology, oh, education. Okay, perfect. All right, I needed some help. Okay, all right, there we go. So how many of you feel as if education is equitable here or anywhere else? You do? Okay, all right. Anybody else feel that way? Okay, so for those of you, where are my education people? Put your hands up. All right, so for those of you in education that don't feel as if it's equitable, tell me why. Tell me one reason you don't feel like it's equitable. Don't get shy now. I made y'all raise y'all's hands. I'm going to call on you. Yes, ma'am. Give me your name. Okay, Ms. Hall. Okay, I like that. Anybody else? I'm about to give y'all a hard lesson in education. Anybody else? All right, so when we're talking about justice, what I need you to understand that we're talking about across the board. When it comes to education, this is our foundation. Now, y'all have gone to school in COVID-19. Do y'all believe that every single child has had access to the internet and Zoom to be able to go to school? No. Can you guess which ones maybe are lacking in access? So what happened is COVID-19 comes in and you end up with some students that may now be 2 years behind in their education. In addition to the fact that the way that we set things up down in Austin is most of the funding is based on property taxes. So if you live in a rich area, you got a few more dollars, right? If that is how we set up our funding. And so you've got students that were most likely in an underfunded situation, and then we compounded it with the fact that a lot of them lacked access to the internet, right? But those of you majoring in education, you have the ability to be that voice and fight for the justice that your students deserve and point out the disparities as they exist. Does that make sense? All right, where's my technology people? Okay, seriously? I thought y'all said tech. Okay, I got one person. Okay, we're not gonna talk about tech then. Who else? My nursing folk. Now, when it comes to healthcare, do y'all think that there's equity or not in healthcare? No. Okay, all right, well, somebody give me one reason why healthcare isn't equitable. Oh, okay, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I love that. No, she's absolutely right. So the black maternal mortality rate in the state of Texas is the highest in the country. Black women, as they're going into labor, are not receiving proper care and they're dying. That is a problem. But when you're talking about justice, first thing that you have to do is recognize that there's an inequity in some way and be able to speak up and out about it no matter what area you're in. So the only thing that I want to stress to you is that it's not about necessarily being the person that's protesting in the streets. That's not necessarily what we're all going to do, and it doesn't mean that everybody's going to run for office. But whatever it is that you've decided to do, whether you're going into education, healthcare, tech, it is important that you point out the disparities, especially when we talk about my business majors. We talk about finance, right? A lot of times, you know, who's heard of crypto? Because Lord knows they've been talking about crypto in my race a lot. Y'all heard of crypto. See, young folk know about this crypto. Now, when it comes to cryptocurrency, how many of y'all got crypto? Because I know some of y'all got, yep, young people, yep. All right, I get it. Now, those people that have crypto, how many of you also own stock? Y'all own both. Okay, all right, I see you. All right. Now, for those of you that own stock, do y'all know how much Tesla is around about? 1,067. Now, how many of y'all can buy a stock of crypto right there? Never mind, I ain't gonna get in your pockets like that. The point is this, right? I just heard the most interesting story. We've had a financial system for the longest that has really promoted inequities. Have y'all ever heard of redlining? Probably not. I know you have. Okay, but here's the deal. Y'all at least know that some people have a harder time going in and getting a loan from a bank. Can we agree? Okay. You ain't got to know all these other definitions. So I was talking to literally one of my best friends for the last 20 years, just yesterday. And he told me this profound story, because crypto has become a big deal in my race for no reason. He told me this profound story. I didn't know he had another brother. So his father has some other kids. I didn't know about these kids. And he said, you know, my brother actually got out of federal prison recently. Oh, okay. Didn't know that you had another brother. And he said he took $11,000 and he invested it in crypto. So, okay, cool. And he was like, and now he's worth about $1.5 million. Now, that took about 3 years, I think he said. That doesn't mean go rush out and get crypto, y'all. I ain't saying that. But what I am saying is that the current system that we have in place has been inequitable. But those of you in business, you have an opportunity. If you're going to go into the finance sector, the banking sector, to make sure that if you're at Bank of America, that you're at the table and you're pointing out the fact that you had X amount of African Americans or X amount of brown folk that applied for loans, and for whatever reason, their rejection rate was 90% versus Anglos. That is what you're charged with. We all have a justice fight. That is what you need to know. And I get that y'all came in at a time where everything looked like racism was gone because we had a black president. It's not. And we have to start breaking down these systems, and the systems won't just be broken down by politicians. Y'all don't like politicians, do y'all? Most people don't. I get it. I don't like them either. But, but we are a necessary evil. That in emphasis on evil for some folk. No, but it's that part. But I want to tell you that the justice fight is within each and every one of you. And I want to charge you with this idea that no matter what it is that you're going into, that you need to go in with the idea of how am I going to promote justice in my own way? Can I get y'all to commit that y'all will continue to fight for justice in whatever space you decide to walk into? Yes. All right, so they gave me a whole script, but I'm not going to read any of it. But I just want to say thank you so much for having me. And I want to tell y'all a little bit about my crazy life. So I actually flew back late last night from Houston. I had to do a fundraiser there, and I'm about to leave and head to LA to do a fundraiser out there. But there was no way I was going to miss this opportunity because everything that I'm fighting for is for y'all. I do not want you going forward and living in a world where you're holding your breath when someone is killed by law enforcement, wondering whether or not anybody will be held accountable. I don't want a world where all of the beautiful women in this room feel as if they don't have an opportunity to make the same money as a man, where they're living in a world where they don't feel as if they will be able to get that job because they're not a man. I am fighting for real equity in this world, not just this state, not just this country, but in this world. And it's honestly for you, because The rest of us, we gonna be long gone. And hopefully, y'all will promote people teaching real history. So, so that people will understand the fight. And so going back to our newly, she's not sworn in yet, but our newly approved associate justice, that came with a fight. That came with leveraging our power. Black women showed up in record numbers to make sure that Biden ended up in the presidency. You best believe it was some people in some backdoor meetings having conversations saying, if you're gonna be our president, you need to make sure that we have a seat at the table. And it's not just about that. You gotta understand the level of perspective. We all have our own individual lived experiences, and we need to appreciate our differences and encourage our diversity, because that's who we are in this country. And so now we have a Supreme Court that almost looks like who we are in this country. We still have a lot more work to do, but I want you to be engaged in those backdoor conversations and pushing for justice in whatever way that you can. Thank you so much.
Ms. Crockett. All the students, please stand to your feet. Students, if you're a student, TCC, high school, stand to your feet. Now let's give Ms. Crockett an appropriate round of applause. Thank you. Okay, you can take your seat now. Is that better, Ms. Crockett? Was that better? You accept that one? As the elder statesman here on the stage, it just does my heart good to see someone like this that is fighting for us at the Texas level, coming here, taking the time out. She's a very busy woman, taking the time out to come and speak to us as young people in this community. She stands on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm, Barbara Jordan, those individuals that you may not know. By the way, if you don't know somebody's name that she mentioned, you should Google it. It's a way to find out. I'll get off my high horse. All right, anyway. So we would like to take this time before we break out for our sessions to thank our exhibitors that are here today. So if you would, hold your applause. Let me go through these real quick. So we have Black Voters Matter Fund, the Boys and Girls Club, South Campus Equity and Inclusion Council, the New York Life Insurance and New York Life Securities, Generation Uplift, DFW Metro NAACP, Daisha Board Gallery, United Fort Worth, Clear Choice Financial Group, Northwestern Mutual, and the Doc Bookshop. If you would, please give them a hand. Those individual companies are throughout the venue, both upstairs and downstairs. They have internship opportunities as well as job opportunities. So if you're in the market, today's the day. Go out and make sure you talk to those. So I think at this point, we're going to start talking about our breakout session. So on your table, you should have, a QR code that you can scan and will allow you to give us feedback about the event today. And then we'll talk about real quickly the breakout sessions as we move swiftly to those. So we'll have Justice and the Job, Navigating Professional Spaces as a Young Professional. That will be in here. Everyday Activism, I believe, is going to be on the second floor to my right. Bridging the Racial Wealth Gap, also on the second floor. And then we have Classroom Liberation in SSTU 2210, so that should be on the second floor as well. I assume that's the one that you're going to be teaching. Okay. It's inside your bag, I was told. So if you have a bag, the schedule should be inside of there. So everyone, we will try and get back as close to 12 o'clock noon so we can continue the event today. And so go to your breakout sessions, take a restroom break, and then quickly move to those sessions. Thank you.
Testing. Okay, we're going to get started with the next session that's in this room. If you want to have a seat, come sit in the middle if you're in this session.
If I could have your attention, if we could have everyone be seated at this time, we're ready to start our panel presentation. So please come up to the front. Everyone come up and have a seat and we'll get started. Looks like a good crowd. Okay. Hi, can I get y'all to move over here towards the middle? Come on. Come on towards the middle here. All right, everybody, let's get started. Everyone take your seat, please. We're trying to fill up the area right here in the middle. Got a little photo op going on. Do what? 11:15, got it. That's quick. All right. All right, everyone, if I can have your attention, we're ready to get started. Let's take our seats. All right. Okay, we need to get started, so if you want to continue your conversation in the hall, I invite you to do that. Otherwise, let's all come in and we're going to get started now. Okay, our topic for this session is Justice and the Job, Navigating Professional Spaces as a Young Professional. I want to remind you that we have evaluation forms for everyone to complete at the end. The QR code is on your table in a plastic sheet, and I will remind you at the end. So our moderator today is Mr. Matt Houston. He is the principal of MLH Enterprises and a former professor at the University of North Texas. Mr. Houston? We also have Mr. Larry Jefferson Jr. Larry Jefferson Jr. was born and raised in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Jefferson received his bachelor's degree from UNT and his Master of Education and Master of Psychology from Angelo State University. Currently, he's pursuing his doctorate in organizational leadership through Abilene Christian College. And presently, Larry pours into young men of color as he oversees the Intercultural Network. We also are pleased to have Ms. Jessica Taylor. She is a diversity and inclusion consultant, where she consults a portfolio of clients in their diversity and inclusion strategies. She most recently led external engagement initiatives and diversity and inclusion programming at Toyota, where she was responsible for leading and executing diversity and inclusion across Toyota's North American operations. Notably, she steered a $4 million global HBCU strategy and national scholarship and internship repository, partnering with organizations like the United Negro College Fund, Thurgood Marshall Foundation, and the Rainbow Push Coalition to assist students in securing financial support and full-time employment opportunities. To date, Ms. Taylor has assisted students to gain acceptance in over 45 colleges in 22 states with over $3 million in needs-based and merit-based funding. We also have Ms. Joanna Hernandez. She started her career as a classroom teacher in Buffalo, New York. Soon after, she joined the staff at Teach for America, where she supported core members across Buffalo, New York. Since then, Ms. Hernandez has worked on education policy as an Urban Leaders Fellow and has worked on several campaigns supporting candidates committed to advancing racial equity in education. Lastly, but certainly not least, we have Dr. Jonathan Perez. For over 15 years, Dr. Perez has worked to assist young people, college students, and professionals to develop their racial consciousness by creating spaces for courageous conversations and other opportunities to learn about the pervasive dynamics of racism while preparing them for action. Because of his journey, he has developed a strong belief system that if racism is left unchecked, society will continue to see an increase of racially charged occurrences that impact success for people of color. Combining his education and lived experiences from being a high school dropout to now serving as an educator, mentor, advocate, and leader in his community has prepared him to recognize and confront racism in our educational system. Welcome to all of our panelists. Bienvenidos y gracias por estar aquí. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Houston.
Thank you very much. How's everyone doing? All right, y'all, let's grab a seat. My name is Matt Houston, and before I do any introductions, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for investing in yourselves, regardless of if it is through family pressures, if it's, you know what, I've graduated and I need to have a better job, or if you truly want to use this as a platform for building education. I want to thank you for taking time out and investing in yourselves, because school, the community college district, which I want to give a special shout out to one of my mentors who's the vice chancellor here, Reginald Gates, is really an avenue so that we can develop as human beings to think critically. We're not trying to program you to have good grades so you can get a good job. The reason instructors are here, the reason staff, faculty are here, and I've noticed it last night, I noticed it today, is because they truly care about your future. They want you to develop. And so in the next 30 minutes or so, I want to stick to our time because you all have an 11 o'clock session that I want you all to attend. But for the next 30 minutes, I want to provide an environment of investing in one another. Because as much as you all, or told you all would get from hearing people who are in the professional realm, we get something from you. You are our future. And you are the reason why we tolerate what we do day in and day out. So I want to give yourselves a round of applause for that. With that being said, and note, I am a college professor. I like to talk. This is not about us. This is about you. And so, if I get your consent, can we have a conversation rather than us talking to you? Will that work? Okay, some of y'all said no. I respect that. Some of y'all said yes. For the ones who said yes, I want to encourage dialogue. I want to encourage you all to ask us questions because we want to build relationships with you. And also we want you all to be engaged, all right? For the ones who said no, I understand, I respect it. We are in, the TORO Talks is about expression. And I don't want you to be forced to do anything you don't want to do, but I want to ensure that we respect the environment so someone can be invested in. Can I at least get that from everyone? Will that work? Bet. Appreciate you all. All right. Now, as you can see, another thing, I have a 9-week-old son at home. So this is the longest amount of time I've been with adults. So please bear with me here. Presenters, thank you all for being here. As I stated to the audience, I want to change things up a little bit. Do y'all mind if I have that similar background for you? All right, for shizzle. All right. For the record, Fazizia was popular in 1999 to 2003. Anyway, I digress. Today we're discussing young professionals and why you all are being invested in, and how can you all make education a tool for you all to be successful. And we essentially are people from a generation ahead of you. We're a couple years older. We still try to be fresh. We still try to stay relevant. But we also, and we are, right? Sister Taylor's she's good. She's already put me on Front Street today because we're all family. We want to just give you all some knowledge. We want to give you all our perspective as to why we do what we do. How in the world that people with individual identities from different cultural backgrounds, religious backgrounds, personal belief systems, how can we survive and thrive in an environment that is historically not created for us, but we have the opportunity to change it so that we can benefit our families. So with that frame of reference, I want you all to think about questions, and I want you all to ask us just, why are you wearing a tie today? It's Friday. Tell me why. This is the kind of conversations I want us to have, okay? That's my last preface. Is that cool? All right, those are my 3 questions. Wanted to see if you all were alive. What I want us to start, I wanted to start with the panelists to introduce themselves and just give you all why they do what they do, right? You've read our bios. I don't want to ask set questions, but I want you to hear from each panelist why they are able they're motivated to do whatever they want to improve society. And we'll start with you, Mr. Jefferson.
What's the question?
What's your why? Why are you here?
I am here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Larry Jefferson. I am here today because I want to make a difference, and that's a period at the end of that.
All right. Well, good morning.
Morning.
Oh, we're going to do it again because we talk back where I'm from Atlanta. Good morning.
Morning.
Appreciate it. So I'm Jessica Taylor, and I am here primarily because in addition to making a difference, I enjoy young people, and I enjoy being able to pour into you guys. And I know for myself, when I was getting ready to go to college and think about what I want to do with my career, I'm going to be honest, I did not know what I wanted to do, right? And I kind of bounced around. I think it's always very important to be able to speak to people and give them different ideas and avenues that they can consider that can take them to the next level. So my why is to be a vessel and to pour into you and to be able to impart any knowledge that I might have or resources to assist you get into the next space.
Saludos. Good morning. My name is Joamna Hernandez, and I'm here because I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm first generation. I have 5 sisters and 1 brother, and I'm the oldest. So I had to figure out a lot of things on my own. And a lot of times I wish I had someone to tell me or even bounce ideas off of, like, hey, is this the right step to do, or what should I do next? So I'm here because I know how hard it is, and if I can use my life experiences to help you all out and give you a different perspective to something, that's what I'm here for. So thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Buenos días. Ali. Buenos días, Raza. How are y'all doing? Good, good. So the question is, why? Why am I here today? To be honest with you, my why is because as I sat in presentations just like you're doing right now, I often didn't see people who look like me presenting or even in the leadership role. So for me, my today is your tomorrow for individuals who look like me, and I'm specifically saying brown folks. And I'm here to give back and encourage in any way that I can.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I'm walking around, right? These 4 individuals all have different backgrounds, and they have different whys. All of the whys are stemming from investing into you all. And so my first question to the panelists, and anyone can answer, how has your professional successes determined, how have your experiences culturally, your background experiences determine your professional successes? So how have your background, how have growing up, how have being a sister, have a first generation person who's literally shattering ceilings for your family and for people who you are influence, how is that background affect and impact your professional experiences?
I would say for me, humility. I'm from Dallas, Texas, Oak Cliff. For anybody who ever heard the song Oak Cliff, that's my hood.
Put it in your face.
I'm from Oak Cliff, and growing up in a house of 13 and 5 of us stayed in 1 bedroom, I grew up with humility. And then as Ms. Jessica mentioned, I bounced around, got a full scholarship to go play football, F that off, and then had to come back home. And then to come back home and my parents say, hey, you messed up this full scholarship, you go out and pay for your own education. So I paid for myself to go to school. pay for the hiccups that I made. When I transferred, I had 96 credits going to UNT. And the thing I said is, if I ever get an opportunity to pour back into the younger generation, they would not have to go through, or I would try to prevent them from going through the same BS that I had to face when I entered the college realm without any guidance. So that is what put me here and why I oversee the Intercultural Network at the Southeast Campus, because I want to make a difference with young black and brown students and help them navigate through the system that I did not get much guidance through.
I would say mine's maybe just a slight bit different. For me, I'm third generation, so my parents went to college, my grandparents went to college, so I kind of had all of these people who have done this before me. But with that same thing, they had an idea of what my life should look like. So I don't know if you guys have parents who think that what they want you to do is what you want to do. And so they were like, you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be a doctor, because all the girls in my families are doctors. And I was like, I don't want to do this. This is not even exciting. So I kind of went against the grain and decided I want to do something very different and go on a different path. And I would say those past experiences, a few things that have made me successful in my career and where I sit now, is I have always been flexible and I have always been ready to learn and learn something different. And I would say that that's the most important thing that you can do in your career. I think a lot of people feel like you get a job, you stay at that job, and they hope that one day they're going to promote you. But I think the important thing is that you have to have a plan for what your life is going to look like. So for me, I don't stay anywhere longer than 3 to 5 years, period. Like if I'm not promoted or I'm at the next level I want to be or I'm not making the money I want to make, I'm on to the next thing. But it's because it's my life, and I have to decide what I want it to look like for me, right? Another thing about that I'll say in being flexible is being willing to go on the road less traveled. Understand that there may not be a black person in that space that you're in. I oversee diversity, equity, and inclusion for Google. It ain't that many of us over there, right? But I can't sit there and say, I'm just wanting to be here because I want to be another black person here. You have to sometimes go on the road less chartered and do the things that most people aren't wanting to do to get to those unique spaces. So whatever it is that you want to do, you need to, I would say, my advice is develop a plan. And what are you going to accomplish within that plan? If it's going to be 18 to 24 months, like he said with his credits, he knew he had to get out of school by a certain amount of time because he's going to have to keep paying for it, right? So whatever your plan is, define what your plan is, and then find people along the way. Ask somebody for help. Hey, I don't really know this, but I see that you're in this space. Can you provide me with support here? Or I'm wanting to learn in this space as well. And then start charting out what your life looks like. You know, Dallas, Texas is my 6th state. I've moved to 6 different states by myself, but I wanted to do something very different, and I wanted to continue to learn and continue to grow. And I would say that whatever you're doing, find out what it is you want to do, and even if you don't know, like I didn't know, get close enough to somebody who might be able to help you get to a direction of what it is you think you might enjoy. And so for me, I enjoy helping people, I enjoy diversity work, I enjoy community, I enjoy partnerships. And so I used all of my past experiences to help create a career within this space that I wanted to be in.
Hello? Okay, it works. I love everything that y'all have shared. It resonates with me a lot. So for me, my humanity, I feel like, is one of those things that leads me and guides me. Because my parents immigrated here from the Dominican Republic, and, well, in New York. I'm from New York, y'all. But once they did that, my parents didn't know the language, so I had to learn how to translate and how to fill out paperwork that made no sense to me, but I had to make it make sense. Once I was like going through school and learning, right, that I had to figure out and try different things, because a lot of times I would see videos on YouTube saying like, your passion is out there, it'll come to you. It ain't gonna come to you if you don't do anything. So you have to get out there and try things. I failed, but I get back up. I love that Cardi B song, Get Up 10. I don't know if y'all know that, but that's my jam. And I went to high school with Cardi B, y'all, so yeah, shout out to her.
Facts, okay. Follow-up question coming up.
But yeah, for me, it's about same thing, just trying different things, putting myself out there, being the first to tell my parents, I'm gonna go away to school, right? And like, what did that look like? In a very Dominican household, that didn't really fly too well. That conversation was several conversations, right? But I knew that I had to do that for me. So definitely push yourself. My favorite quote is be comfortable being uncomfortable and be curious, right? Even something that you don't know that you might like, try it because there's a lesson in there and there's a skill that's gonna help you for the next thing. And I started off as a classroom teacher. I remember I was placed in my classroom 3 days before school started and I was told, you're gonna teach pre-K. What? My training up until then was like with 4th and 5th graders, right? And I was like, what? They go to school? Like, what do they do? Like, right? But that was a challenge, and I tell you, like, my kids, those 4 and 5-year-olds taught me so much, not only about themselves, but about me, right? And from there, I was able to say, okay, I didn't have the guidance that I needed, so I want to go and coach other teachers. So one thing led to the next, and definitely being open, like Ms. Jessica said, and trying different things. I started in New York, went to New Orleans, went to Colorado, now I'm here. So, like, why not you, right? Be limitless and just put yourself out there.
I would say for me, I would have to define what success means because we all see success differently. For me, success is taking care of my family financially, emotionally, spiritually, and making sure that my family doesn't go without. Because at the end of the day, first and foremost, I'm a husband and I'm a father. So that makes me who I am. Now, in regards to my career, and so I didn't have a privilege to move. I don't have a privilege to move other states because my family is deeply rooted here, and my wife does not want to move. So I have to take what comes to me. And sometimes it can be difficult because you find yourself in a place where you either feel like you don't belong or you feel like you're not doing enough. And fortunately, like my colleagues here, they're able to move and grow as individuals, but also experience life differently by moving to these places that they move to. So again, for me, success is defined by being able to take care of my family, and yeah.
That's great. That's great. I resonate with everything, all 4 of your perspectives. So thank you for sharing that. And it comforts me, one, to know that there are people who are in different industries who have similar stories, right? We're not identical, but we can all understand the importance of being raised in an area, Oak Cliff, definitely, born and raised, Reynoldston and Polk, watch out, W.A. Chatwell Middle School. But also understand the importance of excellence so that we can invest and enhance our family. And we started doing it through either college or through creating businesses. I know for me, I was afforded a scholarship to go to SMU, and that was the first time that I was in a predominantly white space, right? Growing up in Oak Cliff, it's predominantly, my neighborhood was 95% African American, 5% Latinx. At that time, it's evolved now to where it's more 70-30. But when I attended SMU, similar to our keynote speaker, I was one of 40 incoming freshmen who were black on the campus of 6,000 people. And half of those African Americans were athletes. What does that mean in a college space? That means even though they contributed to the numbers, they are so busy with their craft, with practices, with rehearsals, with game film, they don't socialize with the rest of the student body. And so in my mind, from my vantage point, I was already at a disadvantage that I'm only going to have 40 people that look like me or can understand my experiences. And me being I thought I was a built male at that time, I can empathize with the athletes, and I couldn't even have those people as friends as well. So there was a culture shock at school, and I had to realize there was a point where culturally I need to say something, be my authentic self, but still excel at the same time. So at SMU, I really invested in the Black Student Union, really involved in social justice issues. But that's when I realized, you know what? I need to be myself in these spaces so I can be great. So my question to the panel was, when was your awakening? I don't want to call it a woke moment because historically disenfranchised populations in majority white spaces don't have woke moments. They have realizations. So when was it a realization that you could be your authentic self in an environment that it's not conducive or that wasn't historically conducive for you? And how were you able to thrive in that space? And that can go to any of the panelists.
Well, being authentic in the workplace comes with a cost. You know, oftentimes.
That's the next question.
Yeah.
So put a pin in that. And y'all listen up for this next question.
It comes with a cost because you're navigating a system, and I'll specifically say a white system that was not designed for you. And when we're navigating that white system, there are some things that we're going to have to hide back at home. You know, for me, I don't like to dress up anymore. Like, I don't feel the need to go and prove to somebody by the way I dress that I am successful. But I'll tell you what, and I speak again, my truth is, you know, when I often hear people say Dr. Perez, for people of color, I'm like, nah, man, don't worry about it. But for other people, and you know what I'm talking about, no, it's Dr. Perez. Because those places, those spaces are often keeping us out intentionally, not by accident, keeps us out of these spaces that we truly want to make a change in. So, you know, for me, authenticity comes with a cost.
I agree 110%. I remember doing internships in college, and I found myself negotiating a lot who I was, right? Like, what nail color was I gonna do? How was I gonna do my hair? For a long time, I just straightened my hair, right? And like, I put my curls away, and I didn't even know what they looked like because I was like, that's not professional, right? Like, the image of what professionalism looks like for a girl from the Bronx was not what I was used to growing up with. So I found myself like trying to imitate all these white people all the time, right? Because in these very professional spaces, right, they dressed a certain way, they talked a certain way, they did certain things. And I was like, oh, all right, if I want to be successful, I got to do that, right? And I lost myself a lot. And it wasn't, again, until I stepped into that pre-K classroom that my kids were like, you know, right in my face, that I was like, oh, I can't keep doing that, because I want them to see that it's okay to show up just who you are. And so I can't snap enough to what Dr. Perez just said, because it's a sacrifice that you have to make. It's a negotiation. In every room that you step in, as much authenticity that you give out, like, that can be a backlash, and you have to be ready for that, right? And it takes a point for you to be comfortable to do that. But once you are, that's true liberation, right? And that's the goal, at least for me. I want my siblings, my family, my friends, the people around me, I want you all to feel liberated in who you are and not having to negotiate that. So for me, it was constantly in college during internships, and then definitely when I became a teacher with my students.
Yeah, I would say life is 80% of probably what you want to do and 20% of what you don't, right? And so in addition to everything that they said, for me, I look at it like this. If this job or this career, this is my plan, and I want to get here. In order for me to get here, I have to maybe not be able to be full Jessica all the time for 8 hours out of the day, right? So in this space, if they say they want me to I need to wear my hair straight and wear a blazer to conform to the spaces that I'm in for these 8 hours of the day, I'm gonna do that if it's gonna get me to my longer goal, which is down here, right? So I will always be true to who you are, but also understands what he said, the confines of where you're working, right? So is this something that I wanna do? Not all the time. But sometimes you're gonna have to bend a little bit and be uncomfortable a little bit so that you can be comfortable later, right? And so for me, I think when you understand that, and to be honest, I don't need to bring my whole self to work. They don't need to know Jessica on Sundays after mimosas.
They shouldn't have that privilege.
Right? Yeah. That's why I think that there's a fine line in being authentic and showing up as your true self, and then at the same time, it's what he said too, understanding the confines of what you're working in. And so for those things, you have to understand what matters most and what is going to help me get to my larger goal. For a lot of times for me, it was getting to the next level and getting my money. So that's what I'm focused on right now. So if I need to do this to get to the next space, then that's what I'm going to do. Understand, to what everyone's been saying all day, what is your why? What is it that you're doing? What are the goals that you're trying to achieve? And what is the plan that you have in place for yourself to get there?
I would say for me, I was 21. How many of y'all know Dave Chappelle? I mean, have watched the show? How many of y'all have seen the show, the skit where when keeping it real goes wrong? Nobody's seen it. So you seen it? Okay, Nikki, appreciate it. Nevertheless, during this skit, Dave Chappelle felt like in this board meeting, he can come in and just tell these people what the hell he really felt. Can I say hell? Okay, all right. Sorry.
Sorry, virtual audience. Shouts out to
sorry.
you all online, too.
Yeah, and I'll probably do that more, so forgive me in advance. Nevertheless, I was working for the city of Dallas, and I thought because I had a prominent position, I could say what I wanted to say. And I realized I got stagnant and I could not advance. I could not move up, couldn't move up. And so, how many of you have mentors? Nobody in here? Okay, maybe two people. Everybody in here, you need to find somebody and get a mentor. Nevertheless, a guy came to me because I saw him advancing. He looks like me, and I said, hey, how is it that you keep advancing? And I'm still stuck in the same place. He said, because you keep it real too much. Black guy. And I was like, what you want me to do? At least that's what I'm thinking. He said, you can't tell the truth all the time. I said, well, then I'm going to have to shut the hell up. And he said, well, then shut the hell up. And so, as she said, you can go into a place, but you don't have to give them the full you. So I give you me in a sports coat, but I'm going to wear my J's. You know, it's all about how much you're willing to sacrifice. And as JP said earlier, once you do show them who you are, realize that if you give them too much, it does come with a consequence. So be prepared to face that if that's what you're ready to do. If you say, I cannot die to myself a little bit to get here, then best believe you get ready to be backlashed.
Great, great. I want to go back to Dr. Perez's comment in terms of, and essentially, there are trade-offs, right? Everyone said here, you will have to, you can't bake your, what's the saying? You can't bake a cake and eat it too. Is that what that is? You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? What I don't want this discussion to be is an antiquated argument of conformity. We're not asking you all to conform to a system that you don't like. That's not the principle of what we're saying. What we're saying at a macro level is that for every action, there's a reaction. Have y'all heard that in science class? Y'all heard that in elementary school? Well, that happens in human capital as well. Every action you do, if I don't talk into the microphone, the reaction is you can't hear me through the sound. If I talk into the microphone, you can hear me through the sound system. For every action, there's a reaction. When you are in a professional setting, and I'll say for the record, when you choose to be in a professional setting, because in this environment, I'm going business professor here now. When you are seeking work, when you're looking to provide labor for a wage, you could do that in multiple ways. You can work for a municipality in which they have rules and regulations and protocols to create that system. You can choose to be an entrepreneur in which you could create a system. People call it being your own boss, but what you're essentially doing is that you are creating your own guidelines so that you can gain financial or economic development, empowerment. The underlying principles of all of those things are rules and regulations. And so I want to go back to trade-offs and want to understand in this season of identity politics the importance of building relationships and knowing when and what to say. All right? I'm not wearing Jordans today because I didn't get a chance to polish my shoes, to polish my white soles. So I couldn't wear them today. I decided to wear my Cole Honkers. right? That's a choice. That becomes an issue when I feel that I tied my identity to something as small as shoes, when it's really the opposite. Those shoes help me, right? So I want my next question, and it's going to stem from trade-offs or sacrifices. How can we navigate between in our 20s and our 30s? Because all of us, I don't want to speak for you all. I'm old. I'm about to turn 40. I'm older. I'm about to turn 40. So I have experienced times when I've had to be quiet, but now I'm getting older where I have say to be an influencer, right? What can we tell these students? How can we tell the community how to navigate in this uncertain time when they're trying to discover themselves, they're trying to build relationships, they're trying to get mentors, but they also want to succeed? What can we tell them? What are 3 things we can tell them?
Think before you act.
Okay.
If you've never read a book called Emotional Intelligence 2.0, I'm going to do a plug for it. Read it. I've read it twice, and I ain't no book reader, dude. So Emotional Intelligence 2.0 it helps you manage how to control your emotions in heated or tense moments. To me, it helped me, and that's my plug on that.
Also, that's a great book. I read it too, and I have it on Audible. A lot of people have cell phones. Get an Audible account so that you can listen to books as well, right? Go ahead.
I would say, because I'm a girl and sometimes I think we get overly emotional about things sometimes, right? We get all upset about it. I would say, I always ask myself the question, is this going to matter tomorrow? And what I'm upset about right now, is this going to matter tomorrow? If it's not going to matter tomorrow, don't put any energy into it, right? Deal with it in the moment and then move on. There's also an acronym for THINK, and I think the T stands for, is it thoughtful? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? And is it kind? And I try to use that before I go into meetings when I want to say something, because when you want to keep it too real, sometimes you have to understand, is this necessarily necessary? Is it necessary for me to say this? Is it helpful to the conversation? Is somebody going to leave and say, wow, I learned something from Jessica today? So I see some of you guys writing, so I'll say it again. Is it thoughtful? That's for the T. Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? And is it kind? Those would be my one thing. My last thing I would say to you are, in life, you're going to meet a lot of people, but everybody is not supposed to be with you through the duration of your journey. Sometimes people are for a purpose, they're for part of your plan, and sometimes they're just in your life based off proximity, meaning y'all work together, y'all live next to each other, but they're not necessarily there to go with you through the journey. So I think when you're thinking about that too, understand that people are like, is this person going to help me get to the next space, and are they going to continue to grow with me? Because I have a lot of friends back home, and they're my friends back home. When I go back to Atlanta, we kick it, we hang out, and then I go back to what I'm doing. We're not in the same space. I don't love them any less. We're just not on the same path. And so when you're thinking about that, sometimes some people, I don't not love you. We're just not doing the same things. But when we do these things, we'll kick it, and I go back and do my other friends. So I think you need to understand that too. And the last thing I would say, which is most important, are get you some mentors. Get you some people who see something in you that you don't see about yourself. I will say every job that I have never had to apply for it. Somebody sent it to me and said, I think you'll be good for this. And most of them were my mentors. And most of them were people that were in my network. So I would definitely say get you some mentors and and strengthen your network to ensure that you're good. Because even though they can put you on, you still have to perform. And one thing I say about myself, I'm good at what I do. I'm effective, which is why I'm where I'm at. But make sure that you get people who believe in you and support you. And most importantly, regardless of where you are in life, that can pray for you when you can't pray for yourself. And I think that's important too.
Those are all great. I mean, I can't even follow this up. One thing I will say, though, is definitely check in with yourself. I think that a lot of times, at least I know throughout my journey, I've allowed things from the outside to kind of get in my head. And it takes a moment of stillness for you to, do like a gut check or check in with your intuition. And if something takes you outside of your values, of your integrity, of your morals and who you are, it's not worth engaging. I think that that's very, very important because it's, if you believe in nothing, you stand, what is that saying?
Believe nothing, you'll fall for it.
Yes, if you believe in nothing, you'll stand. English is my second language. Yeah, I don't know the saying. You know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think that that's extremely important. And I think one of my guiding principles is love, right? If I'm going to engage in something and it takes me out of, it's hard to love people sometimes. It's hard. And it's hard to lead in that way when people are like being mean or hurting you, right? Or you're put in a position that is not ideal. But definitely check in with yourself. And if something is it's making you or turning you into a person that you're not, then just, it's not worth engaging. I think that's been very important for me. And definitely, like, I can't echo that enough. People are in your life for a season and for a reason. Not everyone is there for the long haul. And it's okay, and it's hard to say goodbye or like to move on from people, but it's also good because that brings space for other people to come into your life. So.
They all said something great. I would say, just to, what does Ricky say, veggie back off of you?
Oh, yeah.
Not piggyback, but veggie back. Know your value system. Know who you are and where you come from. But also be proud of that. Because you in this space, just like us in this space, we're already the counter narrative. We're already a threat to be where we're at. So I would say know your value system, know who you are, don't compromise that value system, and most importantly, check in with yourself. Mental health, take care of yourself mentally as well as physically, but just make sure that you do that. Yeah.
Perfect. I want to provide a time check. It's 11:04. We have until 11:15. We've talked enough on this end, on this side. I want to provide a space if anyone here have a question or comment of anything that we've said here, so that we can create a conversation. Does anyone have any questions for us or any comments? Yes, ma'am. But hold on. Okay. But if you do, please stand up. I'm going to go and give you a microphone. Please give me your name. Give us your why. Why are you existing? Oh, we have one. Tell us your name and your why in your question.
My name is Kashana Burks. My why is because I'm interested, I guess. That's why I came. I was glad to hear the two women speak because about, I guess, like dressing professionally and being like authentic or whatever in your way, because just not too long ago I had an internship. Well, I have an internship for an interview, but I had blue braids in, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do the interview over the phone because I feel like in a way we have to water down a lot of, I guess, like being ourselves to be professional in a way or whatever. So I was glad that they spoke about that. But I also feel like, too, when y'all two spoke, I don't remember the names, I don't know. Okay. When those two spoke, they had said that they felt like, well, I guess in my words, I would just got like, they kind of wanted to be authentic in a way. But then when Jasmine Taylor spoke, she was saying like, you have to just, do it for the 8 hours or, be there for the 8 hours. Sometimes you don't want to do it, but you have to do it. So I really just enjoyed her speaking about that. It's not really a question because I'm pretty sure she kind of answered my question in a way. But I was glad to hear them speak about that because sometimes it's hard to adjust yourself down a little bit to not be who you are, but to be where you want to be.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that and contributing to the space. So thank you for that. I want to bring up something that you brought up, especially with the hair. I have none, so I don't have a say in it. But I do think that we are transitioning in our culture, especially with the Crown Act and how specifically black women have been treated in the workforce and in society based on their hair. And want to talk about the pandemic and how us being isolated for 2 years, how can young people or young influencers change culture by our isolationism, because we're now seeing more people, and a lot of our entertainers, a lot of our artists, Nicki Minaj, though that historically TV and entertainment wouldn't show them so prominently, they're now normalizing that space. And so how can we as leaders or people in the community members benefit of us having that type of identity and creating change in our culture so that that can be more of a norm? Do we have any ideas on that?
I would provide maybe a slight different perspective. I think read the room, and my biggest thing is in everything, what problem are we trying to solve, right? So I would put more energy into solving a problem that someone needs done, because that provides impact over time, as opposed to maybe influencing in spaces where I don't really feel there's a lot of impact, right? So
You have to assess the room.
Yeah, you have to really assess where you are. In the space I work in tech, we're focused more on the next new thing that's coming out, the next program, the next platform, the next app, how can we make the Google Pixel clearer? So I would say for someone, instead of, not saying not worry about those things, but my thing is, where can you make the most impact and where can you have the most success? And for me, it may be in something that's focused on your work as opposed to something that would distract from people from focusing on your work. So that would just be something that I would say. If you're going to provide your influence, allow your influence to be in a space where you're solving a problem. All these new tech companies that are coming up, all these new young people who are raising millions of dollars. At 24 years old, this boy just raised $40 million. And all he has is a platform that interviews people in the career space that tells them about their career. He has raised $40 million on that. But he saw a problem, he created something, and he solved that problem. And I think that as this young space, as influencers, we need to still focus on what's the next problem and how can we seek to solve it, as opposed to being focused on things that distract from your talents and your abilities. So that would just be my suggestion there.
That's great. And that ties to what we said at the very beginning, why we are here. We are here as instructors, panelists, so that we can educate the future. You all are the future. And with you, education is the silver bullet that can counsel out whatever opinions other people have of you. So if you're smart enough to provide value in a conversation, then they're going to have to get over you having blue braid.
I want to say something, if I can just jump in. I think it also depends on the industry that you're in. I think that's
true
huge.
Yeah.
I used to work in corporate. I hated it. I felt like I lost my soul. And I wanted to go back into education. So now I'm a nonprofit. And it just depends on the industry that you're in. And it depends, like Ms. Jessica said, the work that you're doing. So for me, like I'm in education, I'm a nonprofit. And for me, it's important for like students and people to see that I'm in the room, right? And like, what does that mean? Like if I'm showing up, however I'm showing up, if I feel like having my hair straight that day or my hair curly, that's fine. But I think I definitely felt that when I was in corporate, like I had to often read the room and check myself and try to, because like the industries, it really does depend on where you're at. And I will also say that now there's so many spaces that are being created by amazing content creatives, right? That just who you are and showing up as your authentic self is celebrated as well. So like as part of that plan that Ms. Jessica was talking about, like think about what it is that you want, right? And if you want to try corporate and see how that environment is for you, and if you want to try a nonprofit space or entrepreneur space, like just try it all. I know it sounds easier said than done, but you don't lose anything, right? Like you can see where you feel more, where you feel like you can make a difference and where you feel like you can make an impact. And
I know we have 4 more minutes. I want to provide space for one more comment from the audience. I would prefer to see a young man ask a question or feedback, but anyone's open to stand up. All right? All right, good deal.
Before I get the mic, my voice kind of deep, so I don't know how it's going to sound
No,
on
just-
here.
Just stand, yeah.
Yeah,
Go
I'll
ahead.
just speak out loud. But the question...
No. You still use the mic for the virtual.
Oh,
We need,
okay.
And we need your name and your why.
Why what?
Your why. Why are you
Oh,
in
I'm sorry,
existence?
my bad. All
No,
right,
you
my
good.
name is Devin Warren, but I go by Davino. And the why I'm here is because I feel like this is a great summit to kind of give bits and pieces of information needed to step into that career path that I'm looking to. And the question I had, it was actually for both of y'all.
Okay.
As a black man, like as a professional, how did you overcome the stereotype of like applying for jobs and you get the same response saying like, oh, we feel like you wouldn't be a great fit, like too aggressive, like that type of thing, because that's a problem I face on a daily basis applying for jobs.
Well, one, thank you for that question, and thank you for doing that. The reason why I asked you to speak into the mic is because society have, based on your stature and your deepness of your voice, you scare people. And so that is a construct that they programmed into you to be more docile. So I asked you to talk into the mic because being your authentic self allows people to see your true talent and your true act. You have a voice for radio or for something that needs to be broadcast somewhere. So for people to not allow you to speak or to discourage you to do that is absurd. That's part of my state. Being your authentic self and knowing the spaces that can encourage and comfort that space is important. Unfortunately, in our society, in my opinion, they create systems that black men have consequences and choices to not be productive, and it's harder for positive African American men to support one another and continue to be progressive to support women and other facets to build society in general. So the way I do that is I educated myself and I put myself in places where I can be invested in. I sought mentors. Mentors aren't there for you to be on their hip 24 hours a day. They just want to be a reference. They want to guide you into a place, but you have to know your why. You have to know within yourself where you want to go so other people can help. So I'll encourage you to be yourself, seek education, and seek support.
And your question was, what do you do about all the stereotypes, right? Yeah. Okay, so for one, I don't care about them. Two, I'm going to continue to be me, and I'm going to continue to build my network. So as Jessica said earlier, make sure that you're engaging or interacting with someone that can take you to the next level. And same way, you pour into them. So you look at the people next to you, the people that you hang out with, and you identify whether or not are these people looking to grow or they're going to hold me back. So I started surrounding myself with people that I knew would still help me grow. My friend circle, if we do something wrong or we slipping or we not doing what we say, we're going to check each other. I set goals each March. Annually, I set goals. Try to see where I am. Assess those goals. What did I do and what did I not do? And then, just make sure that I take care of my business myself. But like I say, if one door does not open for you, that means that wasn't a door for you to walk through. Find a different door to go in.
Thank you. I see the time. We are wrapping up, but I want to provide a closing statement. This is a workshop that is supposed to guide you on how to be great in a professional setting, but we are really here because we want to invest in you all, and this is a form of mentorship. Like, we want to be able to see you all be successful, and so the 5 of us are on this panel because we know it's hard, we know it's difficult, but we can also show you that you can get through it as well, and just buckle up and keep fighting because you'll be with us. Go ahead.
I was going to provide a resource. I know we're getting ready to leave, but when I was first coming out of college and I didn't really know what I wanted to do, I joined this program called AmeriCorps. It's AMERICORPS.gov. And I did AmeriCorps, and the pay is not amazing, I'm going to tell you that, but the experiences are next level. And I did that program, and it really kind of kicked off my career. I've been a teacher, I've been in corporate, I've been in tech, I've been in automotive, but it really kind of provided me with that. So it's AmeriCorps.gov, AMERICORPS. And I think Jasmine spoke about it earlier, but it was actually started by John Lewis, former John Lewis, who was in Atlanta. So I just wanted to put that out there as a resource for you to look into some opportunities there, job opportunities, paid job opportunities that you can participate in while you're still figuring out what it is that you want to do and really get some strong experience.
Thank you all very much.
All right, let's
The
have a
network-
round of
I'm
applause.
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The network also for AmeriCorps is amazing. Like, I cannot stress that enough. I did teach for America, and it was through AmeriCorps. And the network, like we've been stressing here, that will elevate you to, and move you to so many levels. Like, please, take advantage of it, yeah.
Right. Okay, let's have a round of applause for our presenters. Great job, very engaging. If you would, please scan the QR code on your table and complete your evaluation. Our next sessions are you need to be there by 11:25, so that's a pretty quick break. So make sure that you know which room you're going to, if it's the forum room, the living room, or the Texas room. And please try to be there by 11:25. Thank you again to all our presenters. Okay, we're going up to the forum room for the next session, which is upstairs.
We're gonna give this young lady first.
All right, so it's on
I
right
wanna make
now.
sure she gets her claim to fame.
So I was desperate.
So wait.
I do. It's fun.
Excuse me, if I could have your attention briefly. If you are if you are here to attend the Bridging the Racial Wealth Gap session, we're going to ask that you move closer to the center area so that we can kind of centralize the focus for the cameras, and also so that you'll be able to hear without too much projection. So if you would please navigate toward the middle area, we would greatly appreciate it. And we're going to get started in about a minute or so.
Whoever wants one, yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome for the second half, our second breakout session. The session that we are in at the moment is Bridging the Racial Wealth Gap, Achieving Justice Within the Community. My name is Iris Harvey, and I'm going to introduce our session moderator, Frank Dyer. And he is the Chief Operating Officer for TD Jakes Ministries. He oversees strategy, marketing, sales, and human resources with some additional responsibilities for Texas Offenders Reentry Initiatives, or the TORO program. And I'm going to let him take it away, and we'll introduce the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
All right, guys, give them a big round of applause. All right, what I'd like to do now is go ahead and let each one of the panelists introduce themselves. So I'll start to my right, and we'll take it from there.
Wonderful. Good morning still, everyone. My name is Annette Landeros, and I'm the president and CEO of the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I always like to ask, how many of you all know what a Hispanic chamber, or what a Chamber of Commerce is in general? And most people don't, so don't be shy if you have no idea what a Chamber of Commerce is. We have some folks that want to be honest. Okay, does that mean that if I ask somebody who did not raise their hand, you're going to tell me what it is? Or let's do it again. How many of you all do not know what a Chamber of Commerce is, honestly? Okay, right. Okay, so a Chamber of Commerce is basically an association or a club, kind of like you have clubs here at TCC, of businesses. So our members are businesses of all sizes, from corporate partners that want to make sure that they're involved in the community, to small businesses that are interested in the programming and assistance that we have to offer. We are considered a resource. We also advocate on behalf of businesses in our community, specifically because we're the Hispanic Chamber. We do a lot of advocacy in the Hispanic business-owned community as well. Fort Worth has 3 chambers. We have the Fort Worth Chamber, the Black Chamber, and the Hispanic Chamber. All 3 of us work together. But we are really committed to making sure that businesses are doing well and are able to all grow equitably and have access to the resources that are available. About 50% of our country, about really 48, but 50% of our country is employed by what you would consider a small business. So you should be actually paying attention, because the likelihood that you may work for a small business or start a small business is actually very high. If we're talking about 1 in 5, and maybe some of your parents work for small businesses too. So when a small business thrives, so do the employees and the families that they provide for. So really, when we're talking about wealth, there is some power in that as well. So we just wanted to say it's a pleasure to be here with you today, and we're looking forward to this discussion.
Hi, I'm Angela Rush. I'm with the City of Fort Worth Diversity and Inclusion Department. I'm the Assistant Director over Civil Rights Enforcement. And in our department, we have several divisions. We have a Municipal Equity Division, a Business Equity Division, and then my division. Municipal Equity is, we're looking at how to build equity in the delivery of city services. So we are looking at creating a city equity plan for our departments that will be part of the budgeting process, and making sure that we are investing in all neighborhoods, not just certain neighborhoods. In civil rights enforcement, I am actually authorized under a contract with HUD and EEOC to enforce anti-discrimination laws. Also have a work sharing agreement with the Texas Workforce Commission, and we enforce Title VI and ADA. So you could actually come to our department and submit a complaint of employment discrimination or housing discrimination, and we will take those complaints and investigate those complaints and come to a resolution on those. In our Business Equity Division, we look at how to build capacity of business equity firms. How can we build their capacity where they can compete on city contracts. So we do a lot of working with the chambers. They work closely with the chambers, the individuals in that division, and also working with small businesses and minority, women business, and disadvantaged business enterprises to have access to those opportunities.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Kendall Marshall. I'm the owner of Clear Choice Financial Group in Dallas. We're kind of all over. With COVID, we're operating in all 50 states because we're using technology. And so what our company does is help define your business, your business that you're trying to form. Whether it's an S Corp, C Corp, LLC, we wanted you to have that knowledge of how that business works, the pros and cons of that business, and then also when it comes to taxes. It's important to know that, as a business owner, you have to pay taxes, but how can we minimize the amount of taxes that you have to pay using the IRS tax code, okay? No craziness, but we can use the IRS tax code because we know it's a system there. So not only am I the president of Clear Choice Financial Group, but also I'm the vice president of DFW Metro NAACP, and also C. Bates Foundation nonprofit. C. Bates Foundation nonprofit foundation. So I'm happy to be here with you. I couldn't get that out, but I'm happy to be here with you and excited about this group that we have here before us. And please pick our brains, ask us anything.
Good morning. My name is Charles O'Neill. I am the president of the Texas Association of African American Chambers of Commerce. Ms. Landeros told you about what a chamber does. I represent 25 of them, ranging from the Panhandle down to the Gulf Coast to East Texas Piney Woods. There are 6 black chambers here in North Texas. Our function primarily as, again, an umbrella organization representing their interests. We interface with state government, corporate interests to try to level the playing field around laws, rules, regulations that impede access to opportunity for the businesses we represent, again, primarily black-owned businesses. Our office, again, is located in Austin. In my other hat, I chair the board of the U.S. Black Chambers of Commerce. That is a Washington, D.C.-based organization that represents 152 chambers, black chambers of commerce, in 42 states. And so we're here to, glad to be here with you this morning. Anything that we could possibly do to assist you, particularly if you're thinking about going in business, we're here to help. Thank you so much.
All right, give them a round of applause. Thank you. So we're going to jump right in. What is the top question you get when it comes to issues around bridging the gap, be it finance, housing, or education? I'll give it to you again. They want to go right to finance, it looks like.
You know, what are the top questions that I get from our business owners? We try to help them define the difference between what it means to be wealthy and also what it means to be rich. And a lot of people, they really want to be rich because they don't understand being wealthy and what that actually means. And so we try to define that with our small business owners to help them understand that if I'm rich, I have to continue to do the same thing over and over to stay rich. But when we teach them about wealth and investing, then now we're teaching them how to use your money to go out and work for you and bring more money in, right? So while you're on the beach in Florida, your money is working and bringing more money in, okay? So now you're creating wealth is what you're doing. Hopefully that answered.
I think the questions we get asked a lot at the city is what resources are available to help small businesses access capital. And one of the things that we've been working on is a CDFI friendly. CDFI stands for Community Development Financial Institution. And what they do is they will offer loans to small businesses that have more flexible terms. They are designed to be more patient, to work with the individuals. And so we brought CDFI Friendly America to Fort Worth, and we are actually starting CDFI Friendly Fort Worth. And also, you know, how do we access, if I want to start a small business and I want to do business with the city, how do I do that? And so we work with those small businesses and help them access those contracting opportunities at the city.
So the chambers of commerce usually are in the business of providing financial literacy courses for business owners, but also when you think about business as being an entity, it's a thing, right? But behind it, it's really the owners and trying to demonstrate that they are a worthy recipient of a business loan so they can start that business. So it's all connected. So what we're trying to teach is the nuts and bolts of how to access capital. Capital is money that you need to start or expand your business. It may be that you already have your business and you've got a salon and you've got 4 chairs, but you have the capacity to grow and you're like, I could really have like up to 12, but I need money to be able to get that. Can I have a loan? I know that was mentioned earlier that, communities of color are often turned down for business loans. There's many, many, many reasons why, including racism. But it's important for us to understand that system for us to be able to argue when there are inequities as well. So what we're doing is teaching little things like, for example, credit, personal credit. Your personal credit affects whether you're going to be able to get that business loan. And there are reasons why people have bad credit. One, you weren't taught how that credit system worked because maybe your parents didn't know, and so that knowledge wasn't passed down to you. You learned the hard way, you know what I mean, when you got into debt, and now you defaulted on a credit card, and now that's going to follow you. And when you start to your business, it's going to be on your record. So getting in front of young people, and I hope that credit is being really, really drilled into your head, because I was in college when they'd give you a free t-shirt if you signed up for the credit card. And you'd do it because it was cute, And then you'd realize later that it was really a predatory practice that they were doing for those young people, because they weren't explaining to you the consequences of, because you didn't have any money to pay that credit card bill. You know what I mean? And so I say that all to say that we have to start the education earlier, but when they come to us, it's talking about what you can do now. So there are ways to clean up your credit. There's also ways to be able to form your business with partners or in other ways that you can reduce the risk. But at the end of the day, there's even people who don't participate in credit. Like my father was a cash person, and many of you in the Hispanic culture, they don't have credit cards. I know y'all are nodding because they don't. So they don't have credit. So teaching them like, okay, get one credit card. I know you don't want to, but you have to. Also, what it takes to apply to be able to access a business loan, even if you're working with CDFIs. We refer a lot of people to CDFIs. When you're starting a new business, there's bank loans, and the banks are not going to take you if you're high risk. They don't even want to look at startups. They don't want to look at restaurants. So everyone who wants to, they're opening, their new taco shop. The banks don't want to look at you because that's risky, because the majority of them fail. So then if you really feel like you have something great, a great idea, a good concept that's really going to do well, we would probably take you to a CDFI and work with them, because they are able to work on with different folks that will be able to do that. But we need to make sure you have the business plan together that you're going to have to present to them. You have your financials together that is going to demonstrate how you're going to be able to grow that business and repay that loan. So we're on that end of teaching everyone the nuts and bolts and the steps that it takes to be able to access the capitals to make your good idea actually a reality.
So I just want to add to that too as well. Listen, you're not too young to start a business. You can start a business now. My son, he has a real estate, he's 19, he has his own real estate business. But he's been working with me ever since he was 9 years old in my business. And I knew that he was an entrepreneur because one day I got a call from his school, from his teacher. And she says, Mr. Marshall, can you tell little Kendall to stop selling candy in the classroom and wait to recess, right? At that point, I knew that he was an entrepreneur, and he had that mindset. What you have to do is find a need, and then form your business to meet that need. And that's what you're going to get from us, is that knowledge that you need in order to form that business. So you're not too young. You can do it now. You can do it now. You can be an entrepreneur now while you're in college. Last thing, my son's friend, he's at the University of Minnesota. He flips properties. He gets his dad here in Texas to go show the properties. He's playing football, and yet he has a business doing wholesaling. So you can do this. You can do it. So don't think you're not old enough or it's beyond your reach. So if you ever get an opportunity, listen, follow us. We'll show you how to do it. I have a free webinar. You just text CFG to 77222, and I'm doing a free class on how to start a business. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
Can you repeat that, please? I know they want to know.
Yes, text CFG to 77222. And that's a free webinar on how to start a business, the pros and the cons that you need to know about running a business.
What I hear frequently is, why you want to start a business? I don't want to work for anybody else, right?
All the time.
Young folks be saying, I'm gonna get that bag, man. I'm gonna be stacking, right? I'm gonna be stacking. Well, I mean, that's all good and honorable and respectable in the pursuit of your business desires. But in the context of this workshop about wealth creation, understand that in a capitalist economy, acquiring money, is acquiring a tool to allow access to other opportunities in the marketplace. And so you can be very, very rich, as you described, and be broke the next day. But without those strategies around acquiring wealth, that is making money acquired in the business enterprise work for you so that you can do the things that you really, really want to do. If you really want to sail around the world on a yacht, You could do that, but stacking is the start. But understanding what to do with that stack is what we're talking about with you today.
I'm just going to add this. I got to tell you this. Since he said a yacht, I have one client. He says, you know, Kendall, I want to buy a yacht. He says, how can I do it? I said, let's create a business. So we created a business, and he bought a yacht. And so he started renting his yacht out. It's in Florida, and he started renting it out. But guess what? He gets to go out on it whenever he wants to, right? So now he's bought 3 more. Right?
773.
So, no. But what I'm trying to show you is
I'm going to text myself right now.
No, what I'm trying to show you is that you have to think outside of the box, right? You have to think outside of the box. We use things that are in the code, like depreciation and amortization, Section 179, where we can write off the whole amount, right? So there's opportunities out there. Don't think that you just have to have money, right, to start a business. Start now planning your business and understanding how you can get that money in order to do it, right? Text CFG to 77222.
I think you need to
He
just go
wants
and have a
that yacht.
webinar right now. Just have a webinar up here right now. Let's just get it. We live.
I definitely would like to do that.
I need about 3
definitely show
yachts
you.
myself. I'm not even kidding.
I would definitely love to do that. Definitely love to do that. Oh my God. No. So text CFG to 77222. And there's a free webinar to show you how to start a business, the pros and cons, and then how to work with these different agencies so that when you go in to work with them, you'll know how to read your financial reports, right? That's important as a business owner to know how to read those financial reports. So we're here to help. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's never too early to start saving and investing now, and invest for the long term. You know, I have 3 kids that never listen to anything I have to say, but you know, one of the things that I pressed on them as they went through college and stuff is don't look for the quick gratification. Look for how you build that wealth, where you enjoy it long term, not just, you know, for 2 months while you have the money in your pocket. Yeah, that purse is not going to get you where you need to be.
Exactly. When you're driving a nice car, you got a nice purse, but you got 5 roommates, that's a problem.
That's right.
Come on. Exactly. So I'm going to switch it up a little bit as I do so well. Looking at, through your eyes, what is the #1 issue that's impacting marginalized communities when it comes to the topics that we're discussing today?
Well, one of the analogies or not analogy, but one of the ways I illustrate is when you look at the 1940s red map of Fort Worth, you can lay it over the city and a red line map. Do you know what a red line map is?
Be honest, if you don't, raise your hand.
So these were created in the 30s and 40s to basically how you can get loans and insurance. And they redlined areas where they felt were at risk, and I'm going to be very blunt. They were, if they saw that there was a larger population of African American, they considered that an at-risk community. So that's when you talk about fair housing, you often hear the term redlining. So you can actually lay that red line map that was created in 1940 over currently what is Fort Worth, and you'll see very little change. You'll see the same distressed communities. And so we have to overcome those barriers, and people, you have to think about that. These were barriers that were put in place by the federal government, that were put in place by the cities at that time. So we're having to overcome those barriers that were put in place 40, 50, and well, even sooner, you know, more current than that, that have disinvested in those communities. And so that is the biggest challenge, is overcoming those barriers.
Say the biggest challenge?
And the people that
Misinformation, disinformation, propaganda. That's the biggest challenge that you face right now, because you're held subject to bombarded on a regular basis, television, radio, You got earplugs in, you got your earbuds in, and you're getting sensory overload. Often, and it proves, particularly social media. I made this, I was in D.C. one time, and I was doing a presentation at the press club. I used to be in the newspaper business. And there were a group of young journalism students there, and they were advocates for the expanded use of social media. And I said, well, it's good. It's understandable because it's quick, it's rapid. You can get it right at your fingertips. I said, but you could report on social media that I met Charles O'Neill and he's 5'8", and they go around the world, and I'm 6'3". It would be false. And so we've proved that social media can't be relied on however we do, right? So somebody got their phone out right now. They see if you tell me the truth, you know. And so disinformation, misinformation. And so if you're not really paying attention and peeling that onion back about this constant bombardment of facts, factoids, and propaganda, you're going to be misled. And much of what we talked about in our earlier session was how the acquisition of wealth can be stymied because there are rules and regulations in place. She just described a 1930s and 40s phenomenon called redlining that was designed expressly to keep you from being wealthy. Yeah. And so if you didn't know that, you wouldn't know that you were held sway by something that would have already occurred, right? So if you're not digging through, and fortunately you're in an institution of higher learning, you got the opportunity now to start peeling that onion back. Inspect everything, including what I'm saying, but inspect everything. Because this is my final deal. If you don't spend every breath, every thought, every action on trying to disrupt the status quo, because the status quo is what has us in this shape. Right. And so if you don't use your energy to disturb the status quo, and y'all young folks, what y'all call it, disruption. We got to be about disrupting this thing, you know, and that's the energy, and only young folk can do that for us, you know. So young brains is going to be what fixes this for us.
I think the next question they were going to have was this: listen, technology has changed the game. Technology for you has changed the game. My son lives here in Dallas. He's picked a property out in Arkansas, and he didn't leave the house. He did his analysis and all those different things on a property that's in Arkansas. This weekend, we're going to look at another property for his investors, and he's letting me tag along with him to look at the property, right? Dad tagging along. But technology has changed the game. And with COVID, and now with the opportunities that are now available to you, I mean, you have the world actually in your hand. It's your cell phone. Yeah. You can do business all around the world, and you're sitting here, right?
I would say that the biggest challenge is not understanding our own power and being empowered to use it. Specifically from the Hispanic community as well, I know that, one, I want to congratulate all of you because you're actually at TC and you've already made it, right? Which is awesome because you're educating yourself and you're listening and you're trying to learn to further yourself. But in our Hispanic community especially, sometimes we disengage, and I guess it's communities in color, we disengage because we feel like the barriers that we know exist, the systematic and barriers that we know exist are unbeatable. So we just step back and we sink into our seat and we're just exhausted. And I don't blame you for being exhausted. It's exhausting to feel like you're always behind, that you started behind, that you're being kept behind, and that even though you're running as fast as you can, you just can't catch up to folks that were born into a different situation. But I will tell you that it can be done, and that what it's going to take is for all of us to do that. Right? For all of us to change the game. And what's going to happen is by you changing your family's trajectories, that your children are going to be even better set up for success. But I would say as well, our economic power is immense. A lot of folks that don't realize in the city of Fort Worth, actually here on the south side of town, how many of y'all know where La Gran Plaza is? Do you guys know where La Gran Plaza is? Okay. So, how many of y'all have heard of the Drover? You may not have seen it. It's real fancy and expensive. The Drover Hotel, the new big hotel in the Stockyards. Gorgeous, expensive. My goodness, it's expensive to stay there. If you get to eat there, awesome. So the Drover is the new hot spot, and they're talking about traffic to the Drover and how many people it's bringing in from all over, and the traffic that they track cell phone data and people's usage and how much money is getting dropped in the stockyards right now because of the hot redevelopment that's happened. Do you know what's the second hottest spot where money's getting dropped in this city? It's La Gran Plaza, y'all. I'm not kidding you. It is La Gran Plaza. The traffic that goes in there and the money that is spent there is immense because of the Hispanic spending power in this country and in this city. So if you don't understand that and see that there is value in whatever your idea is and your community is spending money and that you want to be a part of that. So I encourage everyone to realize that economics say that we are powerful. What we are doing is sitting back and not taking back that power. We are buying products that are made by other folks for us because they realize that we got money and that we spend it. We're a great consumer market. Right? That's why you see, when you see every chip aisle has a spicy version, that's because they know we're buying it. Okay? That is recognition of our economic power. True. But why we are not taking that economic power, starting our own businesses, recognizing that we can offer services tailored to our communities, in our communities, that is the biggest challenge. So it really is going to take someone recognizing and moving that forward.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Great answers, great answers. So we're gonna start taking questions, but before we take those questions, I have a couple of quick questions. How many of you guys are registered to vote? If you're not, the way to make changes is to vote. It starts as early as your school board. You've got to do that. You've got to focus on a couple of key things they've talked about. But right now, if you have questions, we want to allow you guys to ask questions of our panelists around any of the things we've talked about. Please.
So a question that I have is, what advice would you give to young college students or young high school students on immediate financial advice they could take? One thing that my parents always used to tell me is I should get 2 jobs as a high school student or a college student because I got the time. I don't know. What was it? I don't know about that. But college students working with like, what was it, for those of us who can, working with like $800 a month, $1,000 a month maybe. What financial steps can we take to, gain financial freedom, later on in our lives, sooner rather than later?
I have a perfect example for you. My son had to teach me. I was trying to teach him how to work. And I was saying, Kendall, you need this job, and you need that job. He was trying to teach me how technology works. Okay? It was learning for me. And so we went on through this process, and then, he says, Dad, I understand you want me to go over here and work at, this place, Burger King or whatever. He says, but Dad, I have 15,000 followers on my YouTube. And people pay me to advertise business. So I saw he would always be sitting there with his phone. And I said, what are you doing, Kendall? Oh, I'm getting ready to post another video. Building financial wealth. Yeah. Not only that, how many of you have Cash App in here? I started him out young. How many of you know you can buy stocks through Cash App? Yeah. And cryptocurrency. How many of you know, even though the stock may be $100 a share, but I can buy $2 worth of that stock? Right? Yeah. What are you starting to do? You're starting to train your mind to become an investor, training your mind to become an entrepreneur, training your mind to be able to offer jobs in your community. You can do this. Wealth is easy to obtain. if you train your mind.
So real quick before she asks her question, I think he hit the nail on the head. So my old world was Fidelity Investments, Schwab. These people opening up, you can open up an account free of charge now. You can buy pieces of mutual funds, pieces of stocks. An example for me, my daughter just graduated from Abilene Christian. When she was born, I opened up a Fidelity account. When they gave her money, I would put it in that account. I'd buy shares of Disney, shares of Walmart. I paid for her college with it. I bought her a car with it. I wrote checks for everything. It can happen. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Latoya Porter. I'm also a member of the Dallas Black Chamber. I'm also military as well. And if anyone here in the ROTC program? Oh man. But I also own a thrift store in Arlington, and it has a dealing with nonprofit and grants. And if you're in the military, you have a lot of benefits. And that's one thing that I try to talk to young people about is getting into the military, going to the ROTC. It brings a lot of benefits when it comes to your community. And that's another way how you get money. School is for free. I went to school, I ain't gonna tell you how long I went, but I was in the military and I didn't pay anything. I didn't get no student loans or anything. The school is absolutely free. And that's what I just wanted to put out. If you just thinking about getting out there, starting your own business, the military is a good way.
Thank you for that.
Savage Treasure Box. I got cards. I'll give y'all my cards later.
Any other questions? Right up here.
Excuse me.
My name is Haley. I think this is more personal question than for all of the students around here, but just because I'm a culture of the Asian, so like you say, similar with the Hispanic, when they start a business, they're thinking about money. They don't have the money in their hand. They step back because, okay, it's just going to be a lot for me to spend. I don't know where to help. And also because we don't have educate that here. I have a chance to see all the beautiful people here. But what do you help the communities, like at the minority basically, because we identify as minority, to help them to build a business? Because education is just not for all. Because we don't have a chance to go to college, and also English is our second language as well. So it's hard for us to continue our education in order to survive, because it's just the only way we got job and then we get the money, basically.
So, good question. And I think that you're seeing more of a push about that, and folks are talking about trade schools and getting, trade certifications, because it can actually be very lucrative as well. And folks that may not necessarily have the language. So what you don't realize is that often the immigrant population, they are a huge population of folks that are starting new businesses. One, because they can, and so if they're in the process of getting citizenship, you may not be able to get a job, but you can start a business, y'all. You know what I mean? And that's something that in the Hispanic community is actually very empowering, because I still have to pay for, my family's needs. But I would say what we're doing is we reach out to everyone, whether you're Hispanic or not. Especially during the pandemic, what you saw was that everyone was reaching out and saying, if you need help, come and get it. So what we try to do is to reach out to communities and let them know that you have an advocate, you have classes. Folks are offering free webinars. Everything is on YouTube. Everything is on YouTube. So you can legit look at anything or call the city and say, hey, I'm really interested in starting this kind of business. Can you connect me to people that will help me? I can tell you there's so many organizations that are dedicated specifically to the business assistance in Fort Worth, that if you tell us a little bit about what your idea is, then we can help you navigate. You know what I mean? Whether it's setting you up with a SCORE mentor that will tell you how to write a business plan and review it and give you feedback, whether it's setting you up with CDFIs that can potentially tell you what you need to get that business loan to have a little nest egg to start the business. That's what we're doing. If you have an idea, just reach out to anybody, the city, the chambers, any chamber, and ask for assistance, and we will help you. And if you potentially get a hold of somebody on the phone that is not helpful, because that's a reality in life, sometimes you have people like us out here saying like, just give us a call, we're here for you, and then you call and it's somebody rude and short, and you're just like, okay, lies. Call somebody else. You know what I mean? Call us. Because I can't guarantee you that the person that answers the phone is the right person for you, but if you just keep calling and saying, I heard Chambers of Commerce can offer this or that, can you help me? I heard the City of Fort Worth has a business equity division. Can you help me with that? All of that, just let us know. Each business journey is so unique, so unique. You know what I mean? We just need to know a little bit more information about what your idea is, and then we can help you navigate. That's what we are. We're navigators on that front.
Here's a tip. All of us can't be web developers, DJs, t-shirt sellers, right? So food, clothing, shelter. Food, clothing, shelter. Find somebody else who agrees with you. Join your capital together and pursue those enterprises that deliver food, clothing, shelter. Those are human needs. If you can fill a need in the marketplace, you can be successful. Period, paragraph.
Guys, before I started the financial career, I worked 28 years as a software engineer for some of the largest companies here in the United States. I was a SME, a subject matter expert. So I would go in and work at these companies who had an IT issue. And, they would pay me a lot of money to come in and resolve the issue. But a lot of the things that I was researching, I would go out on Google and look at it, look for a solution. You have to understand the tools that you have in your hand and utilize those tools, right? I mean, I wouldn't walk in with no briefcase. I wouldn't walk in with this or that, but I knew where to go get the information if I didn't have it. I'm telling you, you have the information in your hand. You have learned to utilize that phone for different purposes, but utilize it for business, to get information that you need in order to grow yourself, but also to grow your family. The last thing I'll say is that, I hired my mom into my business, right? She's on my payroll. She's an employee in my corporation. For my employees, I have fringe benefits. I give my mom a car allowance. Now, I'm one of 7. You know who's the favorite? Do you know who the favorite? Right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? I'm one of 7. But I can do that through my corporation. And guess what? Now I write the expense off in the corporation. When I travel to Arkansas, look, I can stay anywhere I want to. I stay at my mom. You know why? Because I can pay her the same amount that I pay an embassy suite.
Wow.
And I get a home cooked meal. It's legal. It's in the IRS code. I don't have to go stay at an embassy. I can pay her the same amount that I pay an embassy, and I get home cooked meal.
And you're the favorite.
And I'm the favorite too. Yes, I'm the favorite.
I'll have to tell my kids about that.
I love it. All right, guys, I think we're coming to a close. If you would, let's give a round of applause to our amazing panel. Don't forget to text that code. And I guess I'll hand it off to the woman in charge.
Thank you all. And thank you guys for being such an awesome audience. This is the Toro Talks first summit, and so we are soliciting your feedback about the sessions that you are attending. So if you will notice, there is a paper on the table that has a QR code. If you will snap that QR code, it will link you to a survey. We would appreciate if you would fill out that survey before we move on to our next component, which will be lunchtime. All right, so finish the survey and we'll move on to that part of the program. Thank you all. We appreciate you. And thank you all. Thank you all so much. Y'all are awesome.
There you go, here's your mic.
Gotta read all God's words and do your own research. Learn the energy surge and be an energy store. Receive the negative and give positive and revert. Doing the opposite of our thoughts is what. Futuristic country rap tone. Baby, driving you so crazy. You can't understand nothing I'm seeing. I'm so crazy. Must have came so far through the universe. Seems like it's so hard for me to converse. I had to copy my brother, he was writing my words. People always saying he was right and he was. They like be like him, so I did what he does. They say I added too much blood, they wanna whoop my butt. I came from above, never hated on no one from the day of my birth. I just showed I was chosen when I did what I did. I just did what was needed, so whatever we was doing would never be impeded. If you're down, my people, we gon' ride for our church. You can't practice God's words just by going to church. You gotta read all God's words and do your own research. Learn the energy surge and be an energy store. Receive the negative and give positive and revert. Doing the opposite of our thoughts is what we need to rehearse. Baby, it's driving you so crazy. You can't understand nothing I'm seeing. Driving you so crazy. I'm amazed, baby. I am money, baby. You can't understand me. Doing what you wanna do or get you put in the hearse. I don't know too many people these days you can curse. Push play and let life unfold into heaven. Pop popcorn and give the divine its reverence. Don't forget that you got fast forward rewind. See, life is just eternity frozen in time. See what you truly desire, what you must overcome. Anything else makes you uncivilized and dumb. From stone to digital, look how far we've come. Never wrote on papyrus, but marched to a gypsum drum. Flow so ancient, Mesopotamian. All my life, people call me an alien. I've been so hovish, never did hoe shit. Been on Weezy, he made it so easy. I'm so gangland, I'm so Yeezy. Been so drizzy, but I'm just a Jeezy. It's driving you so crazy. You can't understand nothing I'm seeing. Driving you so crazy. I'm amazed, baby. I am money, baby. You can't understand me. I'm money, baby. No, it sounds crazy, crazy. I'm always on your mind. Always keep you on the grind. You in the infantry, infantry. Earth gave me life to watch its symmetry, and be your destiny. I am infinity, and I get rid of me. I'm in the earth, water, fire, and air. I know it's hard to understand. Wanna limit me to just a man, but I am energy, all of eternity, eternity. Baby, it's driving you so crazy. You can't understand nothing I'm seeing. Driving you so crazy. I'm amazed, baby. I am money, baby. You can't understand me. I'm amazed, baby. It's driving you so crazy. You can't understand nothing I'm seeing. Driving you so crazy. I'm amazed, baby. I am money, baby. You can't understand me. Driving you crazy. And they messed up when they first cut the mic on. Ask Sean Harrison's day when I been home. From playing around, praising the most high, to doing my job, being the most fly. I take the non-existent and make it outstanding. Get standing ovations, attention I command it. Fakers can't comprehend like I'm speaking Spanish. The life of a rebel, haters say I'm a bandit. I have visions of your first day. Well, let me show you how to relax and celebrate. We waking up every morning chasing first place. That's the true definition of a holiday. Do what you see for your life, keep the negotiation on hold. It's the outcome of your actions, that's the story that's told. So what you see in your mind, you gotta preach to your heart. So pressure never bust your pipe so you can play your part. Once you open up your third eye to the most high, you realize it's everything you need to get by. Anytime you was down until it came up, felt the bad vibe and suddenly had to raise up. The lessons you learn in life should be easily acquired and take a while on. longer drawn out by your desires. You gotta focus your energy, put your thoughts in the symmetry with the universe, create symmetry. It's elementary. Going whichever way the wind blows. That's just the way life goes. Everybody that's born just wanna grow old. That's just the way life goes. Getting so mad you wanna lose control. That's just the way life goes. Eyes are just a window to a soul. That's just the way life goes. I never started to lead, I always led by rebelling, cause people followed the wrong way, go missing. I knew where people wanted to go, what it took them to get there, cause no matter whoever spoke, I never dissed them. My parents told me only speak when spoken to, never speak out of turn, you hear everything if you listen. I never wasted a second, whatever I was doing, I was pursuing my vision, I had a mission. A lot of time described ways to build people's lives. A lot of sessions getting lost, prevented the lies. Closing time to firm, man, I spit words for the wise. Money, baby, and furnace, get caught playing with fire. It's hard to wake up and just try to get by. When you wake up with a shot at being the greatest alive. Nobody that ever lived didn't have a chance to die. So everybody that's alive still got a chance to fly. Going whichever way the wind blows. That's just the way life goes. Everybody that's born just wanna grow old. That's just the way life goes. Getting so mad you wanna lose control. That's just the way life goes. Eyes are just a window to a soul. That's just the way life goes. Okay, wait a minute, let me do a price check. Okay, yeah, I'm sure we all priceless. Everybody has a price that's so far-fetched. If you can open up heaven, I'll be impressed. But until then, I'm about my father's business. Living every day just like it's Christmas. Waking up in the morning, start to celebrate. Every day is gifted, so I feel great. Watching out for goons, goblins, and trick-or-treaters. If they hungry or thirsty, then I'ma feed them. If they ain't possessed, oh well, I'ma bleed them. By showing love to release the hate when I greet them. The only thing they help to struggle is the fact we hustle. It's mind over matter, using our strongest muscle. From the home of the west, so we down to Russell. We run our herd up and deal them out after the shuffle. Whichever way the wind blows, that's just the way life goes. Everybody that's born just wanna grow old. That's just the way life goes. Getting so mad you wanna lose control. That's just the way life goes. Eyes are just a window to a soul. That's just the way life goes. Going whichever way the wind blows. That's just the way life goes. Everybody that's born just wanna grow old. That's just the way life goes. Getting so mad you wanna lose control. That's just the way life goes. Eyes are just a window to a soul. That's just the way life goes.
Check, 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 check. Mic check. I definitely want to be a amazing steward of your time. As you're getting your food, welcome. Staying in line. We're going to play one more song. And then we're going to, you will meet RJ and Money Baby.
Hey, to talk to me about money, who can't afford to wait. I finally figured out the equation, minimize every situation. Look at the world like one congregation, just about among different nations. Opportunities cost libations. If you don't pour, it's like you hating. Rap is nothing but a tool of choice, a happenstance. I make music to heal the soul and it makes people dance. Have you ever woke up in the club and came out of trance? Realize you loving hip-hop is being supported, not just a fan. Have you ever heard of a thing called somebody go? Well, let me explain to you how we go. You can make your own lane, you just gotta hit the road. Just agree to disagree, to each is like good or bad, love or hate, like real or fake is what you feel to say. Good or bad, love or hate, like real or fake is what you feel to say. Hey, man, I don't believe y'all. I do not believe y'all. I do not believe y'all. We got a few more people in line that's getting ready to eat. We're here to get started. I hope you're enjoying your meal, and I hope you're enjoying the music.
Okay. As you guys finish, everybody finishes up eating and getting the rest of their food, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to start our program today. So first, I know that the mass you guys are eating for me today, but can I get a little response for how you guys are feeling about the first part of today's session? There we go. Hey, the middle is alive. That side kind of dead. I'm kind of hearing a little bit thing over there. Can I get that one more time? All right, there we go. Thank you.
Hold on, RJ. Let's ask him a few more questions. If you thankful that God got you out the bed this morning, then stand up. If you thankful that you here today, start clapping.
Yeah, there we go.
Enough said. You can be seated. You want to introduce yourself, RJ? Go ahead.
So my name is Ricardo Miller Jr. Everybody just calls me RJ though. Ricardo Jr. for short.
Turn the mics up a little bit.
And I am an Interculture Network student and work study student and soon to be Tarrant County College Skateboarding and Action Club president and founder. Yeah, that's me. So I'll go ahead and pass off introductions over to you.
Man, that's awesome. I'm so glad to be here with you today.
Got you. Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Alwyn Kotra Morrison. It literally means a gift to be a magical friend to make a way for all God's people. I am the son of Dr. Gwen Morrison, board trustee for District 6, and I'm a lifetime servant and volunteer of Tarrant County College District. Today I'm here operating in a brave and safe space using my artistic name, Money Baby. If you not eating, this is only for the people that's not eating. When I say money baby, you say stop 6, money baby. Money baby. When I say stop 6, you say money baby, stop 6. Stop 6. Okay, I just want to make it official, RJ. Let's keep it going.
All right. So this next segment, I have the wonderful opportunity to introduce our next spoken word artist. But before I go ahead and introduce them and bring them onto the stage, I want to say, why are we introducing spoken word? Why are we going for an alternative form of communication, alternative form of expression? It's because here at TORO Talks, where possible, we like to use artistic expression because it's an amazing opportunity for us to not only express how we feel, an idea or a concept, but it's a way to do it in a way that conveys emotion and that conveys things that can't just be conventionally subject to words. So I now have the amazing opportunity to introduce our artistic expression segment and introduce Mr. Dumrick Ross. And one more thing before he comes on stage, I'll go ahead and read his bio as well. Dumrick Ross is a nationally acclaimed performance poet, award-winning speaker originally from Fort Worth, Texas, whose work centers around racial injustice, Black experience in America, queer identity, and the Black faith tradition. A senior at Texas Southern University, Dumrick is a 5-time national NAACP award-winning speaker, a 2-time national HBCU Poetry Slam champion, and the author of Always Never Dead, 25 Poems for My Son. Before attending Texas Southern, Dumrick studied acting at Howard University, where he was selected 2016's Mr. Freshman. He then went on to Texas Southern, where he joined the world-renowned debate team, where he earned 4 International Performance Awards, the most by any member in the 70-year history of the team. Whenever Dumrick is not writing poetry, he is thrift shopping, traveling, or hanging out with his fraternity, the Alpha Brothers. Dumrick is also an intern at the NBCU Universal and will relocate to Los Angeles, California the next month to continue interning with the NBCU for a second year. Mr. Dumrick Ross has an amazing opportunity to show us here some of his great artistic works, and I will now be bringing him onto the stage. There you go. Thank you. Come on now.
TCC, how y'all feeling? When I say feeling good, y'all say feeling great, feeling good. Feeling good. Now this time when I say feeling good, sound like you're feeling great, feeling good. Feeling good. Because I'm Baptist, I'm gonna do it 3 times. When I say feeling good, y'all say feeling great, feeling good. Feeling good. It is a pleasure and honor to be here in my hometown, my home city of Fort Worth, Texas. Again, my name is Demerick Ross. I am a spoken word artist, slam poet, newest member of the Dallas Poetry Slam team. I'm gonna do 2 quick poems for y'all, and then I'm gonna be out your way. Cool? There's only one rule we have when poems are being shared. Well, there are 3 rules when poems are being shared. The first one is respect the mic. The second one sounds a lot like the first. Respect the mic. And the third one, if you didn't hear the first 2, sounds a lot like those. It's respect the mic. So I do this thing when I'm with my students. I'll do it now just to command the room. When I say waterfall, shh. Cool, cool, cool. So if I say waterfall, that's your opportunity to say shh and bring it back down into the space, because we are artists and we're sensitive about our work. And so I'm gonna do 2 quick poems and I'm out. First poem, here we go. It's an old poem I wrote entitled 25 Things to Tell My Future Son. Black boys are dying one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Black boys are dying one by one, another one shot, he had no gun. They all go marching down. 25 things you must tell my future son. 1, know when the weather changes in your life. Having the right person close to you in the wrong season is spiritual suicide. 2, Judas loved Jesus. He just loved money more. Son, there will be people in your life that love you, but they'll love money more. 3, there is power in separation. You'll find yourself delaying your destiny because you want to bring everyone with you. 4, don't bring everyone with you. 5, the road to your success will not require anything you've not already been equipped with. 6, master the tools you've been equipped with. 7, this list will not save you. 8, this list will not make you less target. 9, take care of yourself. 10, yourself. 11, don't be selfish. 12, be selfish. 13, you is smart, you is kind, you is important. 14, imagine someone trying to kill you and you call for help and your help ends up killing you. 15, don't call the police. 16 is how many times they shot Laquan McDonald. 17 is how old he was when they shot him. 18, how many complaints the officer that shot him had filed against him. 19, how many people were killed by the same department in 2014. 20, not all cops are bad, so don't worry about that. 21, bad cops ain't all that you got to worry about. 22, celebrate small victories. 23, thank God for what you do have. 24, spoiler alert, we never make it to 25. Thank you. That was a piece called 25 Things. The last poem I'm going to do for you all is a poem entitled Today Another Black Boy Becomes an Ancestor. I think in light of recent events that as we know, have always happened across the country, I think this poem is fitting both today and always until we truly usher in a liberation of all oppressed people. So this poem is entitled Today Another Black Boy Becomes Ancestor. Again, my name is Demerick Ross. I have to run after this event, but you can follow me at dross__ the poet, THAPOET on Instagram. That's dross__ the poet. Here's the poem. Still away, still away, still away home. I ain't got long to stay. Today, another black boy becomes an ancestor, joins the millions before him. The ground shakes, the streets cry, the sun smiles as the sky opens to receive him. 2 days later, it rains. The clouds are weeping, afraid there will one day be no more room for us there. Too many, they say. Too soon. Today, another black boy becomes an ancestor, and I wonder if God actually had time to finish his mansion, or did he just get an apartment instead, a group home for black boys who arrived too soon, mansions still under construction. Today, another black boy becomes an ancestor, and days like this make it hard to call on Jesus. Seem like just the other day they called him King of Jews. Yesterday, they called him Emmett Till. Today, they call him George Floyd. Tomorrow, they will insert my my name seem like they just keep crucifying him. Always innocent, always with the crowd watching, always black seem like. Black boys are always dying, but we still ain't dead today. Another black boy becomes an ancestor, and I can no longer eat Skittles without hearing my brother's bones crying out, this is my body which is broken for you, take and eat. Can no longer drink Arizona iced tea without hearing my brother's blood pouring out, this is my blood which is poured out for the forgiveness of your sins. Do this in remembrance of me. Ain't this a type of communion? Ain't his black body broken, blood poured out just like Jesus? Ain't he murdered too? Ain't his mama left to wash his blood the same today? Another black boy becomes an ancestor, and them white folks still sitting sipping on Starbucks like his blood ain't sweet enough. Them preachers still talking about some heaven like it matter now. Them teachers still talking about Lincoln freed the slaves like they don't see the chains on our wrists. Them mothers still trying to prepare them black sons on how not to be killed while dying anyway today. Another black boy becomes an ancestor, and I ask America, how many more bullets must our bloody black bodies swallow before they call this genocide? Because this is genocide, no matter how real the gun looked, no matter how suspicious he wasn't, no matter how many cigarettes he was not selling, this is still an act of war today. Another black boy becomes an ancestor, and there is no mention of the black girl, dead, floating in a river of silence, how no one knows her name. But her bones look so familiar. We've seen them before, but we don't remember where or when. Today, another black boy becomes an ancestor, and tomorrow they will tell us to be careful. As if our black affords us that luxury. As if Philando wasn't killed with his seatbelt on, Mike Brown with his hands up, Tamir just playing with the toy, Eric pleading for his life. They will say, be careful. They mean to say, escape from your skin if you can. Black boy, run. Transform into anything other than yourself. It is the only way you will survive, and don't you want to survive? Black boy, your skin is too holy to be contained by this world, and then white folks are tired of finding you 3 days later still breathing, risen like the sons of God that you are today. Another black boy becomes an ancestor, and I'm afraid tomorrow the world will forget to mourn his death. I'm afraid he won't even have the privilege of being remembered. So why you wanna fly, black boy? You ain't never gonna fly. Today, another black boy becomes an ancestor before he becomes an adult. And ain't that America's favorite act?
Y'all can snap again if y'all want to for that one. You have any words before we go to the next part, RJ?
Yeah, just want to say thank you, first of all. If you're still here before you left, amazing job. What was it? An absolutely amazing 2 poems. Really, really puts us into perspective, puts us into the right state of mind before we go into this next segment. And what was it? Just to leave a few words for everybody to, just to simmer on before we move on. Continue to ponder your thoughts, continue to make the ideas and the concepts that flow through your mind into art that the rest of us can digest and can enjoy, because that's the same way that we can all figure out the same struggles that we're all experiencing day by day. So, thank you. Pass it off to get the next introduction.
I want to start this next part by first, as I look around the room, can we just take a moment of silence? And I want to take a moment of silence for all those ancestors across the diaspora that have lost their lives in the struggle for freedom, for peace, for justice, for awareness, for education. Earlier, my mother spoke and she said that all means all. And in my studies in human life, I can find no other word that means all more than black. And so when you think about Kemet, and Kemet literally meaning the land of the blacks, that all people are black, no matter what you look like, what you feel like. In some sections, that's why they said it only took one drop. And so when I heard your story last night, to the fullness, Mr. King, I just want to give a moment of silence for all those people who have passed and even those who are still living through their pain and no one has heard them. Can we have a moment of silence? And I'm sorry I have to be this one because my brother asked me. But silence literally means silence. So if you can hear the voice, if you can hear the sound of my voice, in the name of the Most High, right now, I just ask that you would stop doing whatever it is that you're doing. Right now, just stop. Literally, please. Just pause and stop and allow silence in the space for all the lives ever. Thank you. RJ, I mean, it's amazing. And I'm a very anal person. I'm the third son of my father. I'm the second son of my mother. And I'm the middle child. And I usually always get my way. So I'm not going to go into a temper tantrum. But I'll use that as a preface of saying this next person, as he told us last night, is probably the most agile, smartest temper tantrum artist in the history of existence. Sean King is a civil rights leader, author, entrepreneur, husband, and father of 5 brilliant kids. He is the executive director of the Grassroots Law Project, which fights for racial justice and deep policy change, and a founder of Real Justice, which helps elect new district attorneys across the country. His most recent book, Make Change, was a New York Times bestseller. Sean is also the editor-in-chief of The North Star and recently started a clothing line called A Real One, which aims to have a black-owned supply chain from the seed in the ground all the way to shipping. Sean King, this is not your first time here. It probably won't be your last. But I would just ask that as he takes this stage, that you pause today, because literally, we don't know the future. We don't know it. And I'm in tears because this literally could be your last time. I don't know what you're going to say, but brother, I want you to know I got your back, and we're not going to stop. Mr. Sean King.
You got me nervous, man. It's like, what you know something I don't know? I'm not trying to, I don't know if I'll be back on this stage, but listen, I don't say this out loud much, but I'm actually trying to live a long life. And I'm trying to do it a little differently. To that end, I don't come out much. I do know the dangers that I face. There are at least 14 police officers and white supremacists in prison right now because of my work. And I understand that there are risks that poses to me and my family. So there is a risk, and in part because of that, you will rarely see at marches, protests, demonstrations. I am very much normally in a controlled environment like this. I have 5 kids. I have a wife that I love, that needs me, and kids that need me. I have 2 kids in college. So I got married when I was just 20 years old. My wife was 19. And so I have a daughter who's a sophomore, a daughter who's a senior. I have a son in high school, a daughter in middle school, a daughter in elementary school. So my family needs me. And one of the things a lot of elders from the movement have taught me is like, no, Sean, like there is a way for you to do the work that you do and live a long life. And I'm trying my best to do that. But I do try to speak truth to power, to my brother's point, as if this could be my last time. But let's pray to God that it isn't. First, thank you all for being here, spending this afternoon with us. I hope the workshops that you've been a part of have been not just inspirational, but have taught you something. How many of you were here with us last night? Yeah, good to see you. Raise your hand if you were here last night. Okay, so that helps me to understand. Raise your hand if you weren't here last night. All right. That just helps me to know what we're working with. I want to teach you something today. Is that okay? Like, I want you to leave here knowing something that you didn't know, seeing something in a way that you had never thought to see it before. And my ultimate goal is for you to leave here understanding better how you can change things in the world that need to be changed. All right? I want to preface everything I'm about to say with this. I'll speak my truth, but it doesn't mean that you might not hear something that you disagree with, and that's okay. So I might have a strategy or a thought or an idea that you hear and you're like, I don't know if that fits you, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. But most of what I have shared with you are hard-earned lessons that I mainly learned through failure. Now here's what scares me a little bit. Most of what we learn, we don't learn because somebody said it on a microphone, on a stage. Most of what we learn from life experiences. Most of what we learn from doing. And so my goal is if you catch 20% of what I say today, that you leave here with a few nuggets and lessons that help you. I was actually doing something totally different when I decided to throw my life into fighting police brutality. I was living in California, and I was working at an environmental charity called Global Green, and a friend of mine messaged me on Facebook. Like I don't know how often you check your Facebook messages, but like I rarely check. I didn't even know I had Facebook Messenger. And a friend of mine found me on Facebook, a guy that I went to college with actually, and sent me a message on Facebook. And this was in July of 2014. And on the message, he said, man, there is a video. It had not gone viral. In fact, this is 8 years ago. There had never been a viral video of police brutality, which is kind of hard for us to believe now because now we see a video of police brutality almost every day. And he said, man, there is a video of a middle-aged black man in the middle of New York being choked to death. And again, you have to go back in time. I had never seen anything like that before. And so now we've been desensitized to it. Like, I think now, over the past 8 years, I've probably seen about 1,000 people be killed by police since that message I got on Facebook, including people in Fort Worth, including people in Dallas, people all over Texas being killed by police. And I clicked on the video. We didn't know the man's name, but the man turned out to be Eric Garner, middle-aged black man who lived in New York. I eventually came to know his daughter, Erica. Erica and I campaigned for Bernie Sanders for president all over the country. Erica actually died herself at the age of 29, had a heart attack and died fighting for justice for her father. And when I saw this video of a man literally being choked to death in the middle of the street, I was so shook up by it that it was like my brain processed it as if I saw it in real time. Like I was deeply disturbed by it. You want to change my mind? Yeah, no problem. And so I didn't know what to do. I posted about it on social media. I described what it was. I described the law that the police had broken. And threw myself in trying to understand what we could do to help this man and his family get some kind of justice. 3 weeks later, another name that was called from this stage just a few minutes ago, a teenage boy named Michael Brown was shot and killed by police in Ferguson. Were you all old enough to remember when that happened? Some of you may or may not, because you were children, like my children who are your age now, they were in middle school when that happened. A few days later, a young man named John Crawford was shot and killed by police at a Walmart in Ohio. And over the course of 2014 for many of us was very similar to how 2020 was for a lot of you, where it was this summer and fall of protests and demonstrations all over the country. And as we began to protest for families all over the country, I made a mistake that I have come to regret. And I want to talk about that mistake for a minute and tell you what I learned from it. I traveled to meet many of these families that were impacted by police brutality. And I said to dozens of these families at their dinner table, in their living rooms, I said, I had been a pastor before and I wanted to give these families comfort. I said to many of these families, don't worry, hold on, we are going to get justice for your family. Like, just like I'm looking you in the eye, I look these families in the eye and say, listen, hold on, hang in there. We are going to get justice for your family. And I meant it. I believed it. I believed we would get justice for Eric Garner. I believed we would get justice for Michael Brown. Millions of people were protesting and demonstrating all over the world. I knew that I was pouring my heart and soul into it. And at that time, I was so naive that my brain couldn't calculate that I could try so hard at something and it actually not work at all. Like, imagine your college students, imagine studying for a test for weeks and weeks and weeks, months. Imagine you see a tutor. Imagine you give it your all and you take the test and you fail it. It's one thing to study and study and study and study and get a B or a C. But I couldn't imagine throwing my heart and soul into this thing. There were days where we were working 24 hours a day. And I couldn't imagine working that hard and nothing happening. That December, we learned that there would be no justice for Eric Garner, no justice for Michael Brown, no justice for John Crawford. A 12-year-old boy named Tamir Rice was killed. There'd be no justice for Tamir Rice. In 2015, it continued. There was a young brother named Philando Castile that was killed. There was a brother named Freddie Gray that was killed. A brother named Alton Sterling that was killed. And listen, my wife came to me when Philando Castile was shot and killed, and she said, Sean, is this going to be the case that we finally get justice for? And for those of you that don't know the case, this was a brother who broke no laws. Police came up to him, and the brother who did spoken word told you Philando had his seatbelt on. And the officer, who seems to be having a nervous breakdown, confronts Philando, who's sitting in the passenger seat, and shoots him multiple times for nothing. No law was broken. And I looked my wife in the face, and I said, yes, baby, this is the case. This is the case where we will get justice. I became friends with Philando Castile's mother. And I told her, excuse my language, the same shit I told every other family. Hold on, don't worry. We are actually going to get justice for your family. I told his mother, Valerie, who is as bold and courageous as any black mother in America. I said, listen, don't worry. We will get justice for your family. Because my brain could not calculate. This man was a cafeteria supervisor. He was a beloved employee of a private school outside of Minneapolis who people adored. He was sweet. If any of you have a friend who's a kind, sweet soul, do you? That's Philando Castile, who wouldn't harm a soul. And I couldn't imagine that this wasn't the case. And it damn sure wasn't the case. Not guilty. And what happened to me happened to many organizers across the country. I think I began to sink into a deep depression. Because for 3 years, I had fought for families who had seen their loved ones brutalized. Now you have to understand, me and my brother Lee Merritt, who is an attorney here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we are visiting morgues and looking at dead bodies. We are studying autopsy photos. We are going with families to identify their dead loved ones and telling these men and women, hold on, hang in there, we're going to get justice for your family. And it didn't happen over and over and over and over again. And it caused me to ask myself a very hard question. Are we doing something wrong with how we're pursuing justice? Let me unpack that. Not are we wrong to pursue justice? Of course not. But could there be something wrong? Because here's what I knew, just a confession. I knew that I could not keep trying the same thing over and over and over again and failing. Like I knew my heart couldn't take it. Does this mean if we were doing something wrong, that doesn't mean that the courts are just? No, the courts are definitely unjust. Yes, the district attorneys and prosecutors are crooked. Yes, the police officers who did this were foul. But could we be pursuing justice? Could we be trying to change things in a way that wasn't working? Because I can't determine what police do, what prosecutors do. I can only be in charge of what I do. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I spent the following 3 years, from 2017, 2018, 2019, and into 2020 actually, traveling the country, seeking answers for how we actually change things. I traveled to 47 states. I traveled to corporations, jails, prisons, colleges, schools, universities, from places all over Texas. I traveled to almost every county in Texas. Traveled to major elite universities, to community colleges, to high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, just seeking answers. How do we actually change things? And I found 4 things that you need to make change, and I realized that we were doing a lot of things wrong. Now let me ask you a hard question. If you found out that you were fighting for change in a way that felt right, but was actually probably about 95% wrong, would you want to change it? Or do you want to keep doing things 95% wrong that feel right? Like, let me ask you for real, like not even rhetorically. If you found out that the way you were fighting for change was wrong, would you want to change it, yes or no? Yes. I say that because what I want to do right now is honor the people that were fighting for change in the ways they thought were right. Every march, every protest, every demonstration, we were right to do it because we thought it would work. How many petitions have you signed? Right? You weren't wrong to sign it, but did it change something? How many of you in here have been to a march or a demonstration or a protest? Raise your hand. God bless you. I'm not saying that that was wrong, but what I'm saying is we live in a country that is fully willing to watch us march and protest and demonstrate and sign petitions and not do a thing about it. And I want to present to you a way that could actually change things. 4 points. If you don't mind, bring out your phones. If you have a notes app or something else, I'd like for you to write these things down. The first thing is deceptive, because we actually nail this first thing over and over and over again, and it tricks us into thinking that we're a lot closer to change than we really are. The first thing that you need to change something, now when I say it could be the issue of police brutality or mass incarceration, but it could be issues around immigration, educational inequality. It could be student loans. Whatever injustice you see in the world, there is a path to changing it that can work. This is the path. The first thing that you need is you need energized people. You need people, and they need to be energized for change. All right, put your phones down. You need energized people, point one. Now, what's scary about point one is we often have that. Energy comes in a lot of forms. It could be anger. It could be frustration. I don't know if you saw, it's on my Instagram page now, an 8-year-old boy that was brutalized by police in Syracuse, New York, because they said he stole a bag of chips. They had the boy's arms pulled so far behind his back that he thought his shoulders were going to pop out of place. He stole a bag of chips. They said, we don't even know if that's true. I didn't see a bag of chips. Where is it? When I saw that video, I was angry. I spoke to a young brother that's a writer, and I told him, when I first saw that video, I had the thought, listen, I want to kill somebody. That was the thought that was in my mind and heart. It was rage. But I can't say that on Instagram. Like real talk, I'll get banned. If I say, I would like to find these officers and kill these officers. The thought came to my mind. And then I took a breath and composed myself and said something more socially acceptable, but my first thought was rage. That's energy. Rage can be hurt. Energy can be hurt. It can be pain. It could be spiritual. Don't be embarrassed. How many of you here are religious? Energy can be religious, spiritual energy, hope, faith. To change the world, you need people, and they need to be highly energized. Here's what's deceptive. You can get to a march full of 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 energized people and think, oh my God, we are about to change the world. There were marches in this city in the past 2 years that had hundreds of thousands of people. And when you're in them, it feels like, I think we're about to change something. Because Energized people are necessary for change, but it's step one. And it makes you think. I saw a petition for a man whose execution we were trying to stop, and the petition had 10 million signatures. And I looked at the signatures and I thought, we're about to stop that execution. They killed him. They executed him. They didn't care about those signatures. You have to have people, and they have to be energized, but I promise you, if that's all you have, it's only half a step above nothing. Do not be tricked into thinking that a march or a protest of people is putting you on the door to change. It is step one. Have you ever bought furniture from IKEA? Do you know at step one how far away from putting that damn thing together you actually are? Step one, I can't even read the language in the IKEA instructions. You have IKEA around here? Why do they not invest an extra 50 cents to make better instructions with their furniture? Step one, listen though, if you get step one wrong at IKEA, you're toast. So I'm not saying step one's not valuable, but step one of a 20-step process, step one doesn't mean you have a dresser. Step one is mainly laying the pieces out and starting to put them together. Step one to making change is having energized people. Step two, I'm going to do an exercise with us. Step two is you have to have people. Will you pull your phones back out, please? Please, indulge me. And if you're not really typing, fake type to make me think you're typing. Yeah. Step one is energized people. Step two is organized people. Yeah, I see. If you have to type right, like my young man right here is writing. Step one is energized people. Step two is organized people. The problem often is that we are highly energized and poorly organized. Now, the answer is not to take our energy down. Keep that energy. Like I have a fire in me that won't go out. I have to process it and deal with it. I said to the group last night, I'm in therapy every week, not to take my energy down, but to figure out what to do about it. Energy is up here, great. But our organization is way down here, and it has to come up here. Let me give you two examples of what it means to be organized, and I'm going to organize us in the room right now. Does anybody know approximately how many of us there are in the room right now? What is it? You want to get a real count? How many people? Let's get organized. Do you mind? We're here to talk about justice. Let's organize. Let me tell you what organization isn't. Organization is not an email list. Get one. Get an email list. That's not organization. Organization is not having a bunch of phone numbers. Get phone numbers. Let me tell you what organization actually looks like, and if somebody gets an estimated number for what we have in the room, just let me know. Here are two ways you can organize people. You have to be highly energized. You have to be deeply organized. Let me organize us. The first thing you need to know is what skills do you have? What skills do you have? So I would like to know, are there any writers in the room? Anybody who loves writing and you're gifted at it? Go back to the back corner over there. You don't have to face the corner. You're not in trouble, okay? If you fancy yourself as a writer, Go back to the back corner. You see the brother with the yellow do-rag? You follow him. Right now. You can't miss it. Cannot miss him. Writers, go back there. All the way, go all the way in the corner because we're gonna use this room, okay? Those are our writers. There's about 220 of us in the room, okay? Just go with me for a minute. So those are our writers. How many of you would say that you're particularly good with money and accounting and finance? That that's your thing? Well, no, I see you doing this. That's not you. If you're doing this, no, not you. Don't go back there. Do not go back to that. Don't do it. If you think you are particularly good with finance, go underneath the Subway sign back there. Right now we got one guy. Okay, no, I see a couple of you. If you think you're particularly good at managing money, accounting, and other issues, thank you. Go under the Subway sign. Now, I'm going to name a couple more, 4 more, and if I name something that you actually think you're better at than what I've named, you can move. How many people are skilled at photography and videography? Photography and videography. Go to this back corner over here. Photography and videography. Go to the back corner over there. Don't worry if you're still sitting, okay? I'm coming for you. All right, quickly, go to the back corner. We're good? How many of you would say that you are particularly good at organizing things? At home, in yourself, you are an organized person. You like organizing stuff. Come over here to this corner, over here. If you like to organize things, it could be stuff, people. You like for things to be in order. Come over here. Good. Very interesting. This is fascinating. It's 2 men and 25 women. No, it's interesting. You can move it too. How many of you taking care of, including cooking, providing, nurturing? How many of you have that skill, looking for people, caring for people? to organize us. So there are 220 of us. I'm going to ask you an honest question. How many of you could find one more? Say you were really doing this. I would love for you to really do it. Could you each find one person to join us? Not 10, just one. Brother, what's your name? What's your name?
Change banners now.
Vino, could you find one? If we were going to strategize and organize to help families who've experienced gun violence, could you find one person to join you? Dollar.
Maybe be okay.
Could each of you find one person? Now look, we're not 220 strong, now we're 440 strong. How many of you think you can find two people? Raise your hand if you can find two. We're doing some math. Now we're 660 strong. Now I mean it like real talk. If I said, you know what? Let's quit screwing around. Tell me the two people that you're going to find. Text them right now and say, listen, I'm in a meeting with Sean King and we're trying to organize ourselves. And we're actually going to do something about the problems in Dallas. Could you find two people? Now we're 660 strong. Now let me push it. What if I said people's lives depend on it, and they do? If I said let me frame it this way. If I said you could save somebody's life if you found 10 people to join you, could you find 10 people? If you knew someone's life would be saved, could you find 10 people? Now we're 2,200 strong. No, I actually think we could be 2,000 strong before we left the door. That's what organizing means. Organizing means how can we go deeper and how can we go wider? Now here's the good news. We don't even have to be 2,000 strong. When we were just 220 strong, I started feeling like, you know what, I think we could do this. When I came over here, this group, I guarantee you, they were already thinking of the thing they were going to cook. Somebody said, yeah, sure was. I guarantee you the photographers and videographers were already imagining how they were going to film it. Were you? The writers were already trying to figure out, how can I tell this story? Now, you need to have energized people, you need to have organized people. The third thing that you need, just pull your phones or your notes back out. The third thing that you need is you need a plan that's as sophisticated as the problem you're trying to solve. A plan that's as sophisticated as the problem you're trying to solve. Let me say something that's hurtful. I think we've taken some bad plans to some really serious problems. The problems are horrible, but I don't think that we have fully understood how incomplete our plans were as well.
We don't. Thank you.
My last point, because we're running out of time. My last point, we'll do another illustration. You need energized people, you need organized people, you need a sophisticated plan that should look more like a final paper and not look like notes scratched on the back of a napkin. A plan should be deep, should have depth to it. And a lot of times we're trying to confront problems with bad plans, and what we don't understand is those problems will overwhelm your simple plans. Have you ever had a flat tire? If your plan is to go out there and change that tire with your fingers, horrible plan. Like you're gonna remove the bolts with your fingers, try that. Terrible plan. Now, the tire's still flat. You still have the strength to do it, but you didn't even have a plan that had the right tools. Do you understand? Whatever problem you're confronting, you have to have a plan that meets the problem. And the final thing is this. You need energized people, you need organized people. We spent most of our time demonstrating how you can organize yourself. You have everything it takes to confront whatever problem you want to solve. You need a plan for it. And the last thing is you need a budget. Now, that makes college students nervous. And listen, I'm not going to ask you to open up your bank app because I know that most of your bank apps are really depressing right now. I'm just saying, some of you say, nah, listen, it's hard times. It's 220 of us. If I gave you a month, could you come up with $5? You could do, how many of you could do $5 right now? I see a couple people scratching their head. That's okay. Life is hard like that sometimes. Well, listen, if all we had was $5, look, now we have $1,000. So with $1,000, we could absolutely, where was marketing? With $1,000, we could get a Squarespace website. We could absolutely start social media accounts. With $1,000, if we wanted to, we could actually say, you know what? Let's hire a part-time worker for $1,000 a month. That's just if each of us gave $5. Now, if you had a month to do $100, if you had to, if you knew that someone's life would be saved, could you do $100? You would ask, if you don't have it yourself, you would find it. Do the math, somebody do the math for me on a calculator. What's 220 times 100? I think in a month, this group, I'm talking about, we won't even ask for help from the college. No help from Fort Worth, no help from the government. If we knew that we could save somebody's life, and I said, we need $100 from each of us, and we believed it, we could have $22,000 in a month. Now $22,000, if we wanted to, we could hire 4 full-time employees paying them $5,000 a month. I'm talking about right here in the room. We often think, because here's the thing, let me flip it. How many of you don't have $22,000 to give right now? I don't. And God bless those of you who do. But I don't even need one of us to give $22,000. I just need all of us to give $100. We could hire two. We could probably hire 2 elite level people at $10,000 a month if we wanted to. I'm talking about highly experienced professionals. Or how about this? How about we hire 10 of us to work full-time for $2,000 a month? Or 7 of us to work full-time for $3,000 a month? How many of you would take a job for $3,000 a month right now if it was available to you? It's in the room. And here's the thing, I've met a couple of you, and if a couple of you were able to work full-time for us, forget my language again, we could get shit done. If we had 7 of us working full-time, let me work full-time and see what we get done. Look, I can get a lot done part-time. Like, I can get a lot done with 15 hours a week. Like, I'll actually work all 15 of them and get a lot done. Do you understand? That if you have energized people who say, you know what? All that really means is, energized people means, I want to solve this problem. And then you start to organize by saying 2 questions. What are you good at? And can you bring more people to the table? Now, let's do the math. I said, if someone's life depended on it, could you find 10 more people? And almost all of you said yes. And I actually did it wrong. That's 2,400 people. Now do 2,400 times 100. Somebody tell me that number. Okay, it's $240,000. If we said someone's life could be saved, I need you to find 10 people, including cousins, friends, people online, people from your neighborhood, people from your high school. Could you find 10 people? And then you convince them that someone's life would be saved if we had $100. All of a sudden, we don't have $20,000. She said we have $240,000. Without asking any government, any school for help, we could do that. Nobody has to get 500 or 1,000. Nobody has to get 22,000, but we have to chip in. Do you see? Change is possible. We're often going about it the wrong way. What I realized is often we confront real problems with energized people who aren't organized, who don't have a plan that meets the magnitude of the problem, and they don't have a budget of any kind. If it's $2,000 or $20,000 or $240,000, I honestly think, no BS, we could do the $2,000 budget. If we pressed, we could do the $22,000 budget. And if we actually spent some time and thought we could literally save somebody's life, we could probably do the $240,000. It wouldn't be easy, but I bet if we acted like we would save a life, I bet we could get it done. Let me make it personal. RJ, if you knew that the person who was going to be saved was in your family, what urgency would you act with? Extreme urgency. What's scary is it could be my family, or RJ's family, or your family, it could be. We should act as if it might be. It could be. How many of you know somebody that's been affected by some type of violence in Dallas or Fort Worth? It's almost all of us, right? Police brutality or otherwise, any kind of violence. What I'm saying is, change is often limited, not by our energy. It's normally limited by our organization, our poor plans, and our small budget. But if we do those things the right way, you can change anything. Do you see it better now than you saw it before we started? All right? That's all I can say. We're right at time. I think that, am I supposed to take a few questions? I do want to take, I probably just have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Flying out from the airport right after we leave. I'll take your 2 questions right away, okay? Yeah. You want to repeat it for everybody if you don't mind.
Talk about your story last night and that you actually survived a pretty serious incident, and that you don't necessarily fight against a lot of change, but police brutality, which you mainly work against, and you identified something else that goes along with it. Are there any other stories or any challenges that you're finding about other people, other survivors that may not have died, but that have been through police brutality, and also other types of police brutality, not just like physical, but false arrest, those?
Oh, yeah. I mean, every day, I probably get 20 to 30 people who reach out to me daily with some type of injustice they've experienced. If you go to my Instagram, this morning, I was at the hotel before I came here. A young mother in Minnesota reached out to me about how her young son these are 10-year-old, 12-year-old boys, were handcuffed and arrested for something they had nothing to do with. They were literally at McDonald's eating when police swarmed them and arrested them for a shooting. And when the mother was not with them, when the mother came, the police let them all go. And injustice is happening all over the place. And if you scratch a little bit in America, you'll find something dirty. You'll find somebody that's being mistreated, somebody that's being abused. If you just scratch a little bit, and again, I focus a lot on issues of mass incarceration and police brutality, but you can focus on the environment. You can focus on hunger. You can focus on housing. You can focus on student loans. You can focus on war. But you have to choose something to focus on. I work with people all the time who've experienced some type of injustice, and I'm normally overwhelmed because there are more people experiencing injustice than I have the capacity to help. One of my biggest, I often feel guilty because people daily come to me for help, and I know I can't help them. And I've tried to build organizations and systems to help more people, but there are more people hurting than we have the capacity to help. Any more questions? Any questions? Yes, sir.
I've always known you as an exposer. I also know you as an activist.
There you go.
I've always known you as an exposer, and I've always known you as an advocate, but today I've learned you as a teacher.
Thank you.
The way that you took something complex and made it simple and then mapped the way out, while also energizing us to do something different was magnificent. Is there anywhere else that we wanted to share with someone else, or if we wanted to learn more, that we could learn more from you?
So first, thank you. I'm actually a teacher at heart. I went my undergraduate degree. I was trained to be a teacher. My first job out of college, I was a high school history and civics teacher. And so I see myself, it can be hard to teach on social media. It's much easier for me, at least. It's much easier for me to teach in this environment where I can see you and interact with you, like look you in the eyes and you look me in the eyes and say, oh, I trust him, and I look at you and say, I trust him. This is an environment, we're all here today to learn, whereas social media was not built to learn. Social media was built, it was really built, I'm being really nerdy, social media was really built to show you advertisements. The actual way that Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, they make money off of ads, and you are the way they make that money. So they were built for ads, not built for education. And so I normally find the smarter something is that I say on social media, the less it shares. If I say something juicy, viral. That's why lies and slander are viral every day. I joked last night, for 3 days people were saying that A$AP Rocky cheated on Rihanna. And that's so juicy. And every man in the room was like, every man and half the women were like, I would never cheat on Rihanna. But it was just, somebody made it up. But social media was built for that. It wasn't even built for truth. It was built for lies. It was built for viral moments. So I try to share lessons like this in person. And I wrote a book.
Living in Stone?
Well, I have a book coming out called Lemons and Stones, but I have a book that's out now called Make Change. And in that book, it takes what I taught you today and expands, supersizes it and expands it. And you can get that book everywhere. So if you have a chance to get it, I pour my heart and soul into it. You can get that book, and I have a podcast that comes out every single day of the week, Monday through Friday, where I'm also trying to teach lessons there as well.
I'd like to encourage you to organize and create a plan that allows this to happen virtually, and with webinars and classes. And once you have those classes, you can then set them up so people can watch them outside of the time that it's live. Because in those places that you can't reach, and to the point you just made, like you didn't just teach me how to mobilize change for activism. Any change that I want to do, I now have a map. And that can be valuable at schools, organizations across the world. So as you have poured into us, I like to also pour into you.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. So listen, there's time for one more question. There we go. I hope you all enjoyed this time we had together, for sure. Hello. Sorry, 1 second. Let's get your mic. There we go.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate you being here and all that you poured into us.
Smile.
With faith-based communities, do you have any direction there, no matter what space we're in? We struggle so hard, so much in that area. So do you have any advice on trying to mobilize and organize and how to collaborate as nonprofit organizations and leaders with our churches and trying to get them engaged?
Yes, that's a great question, and it goes back, brother, what's your name? Billy. Goes back to even something Billy said, like, some of what I tried to, like, the lessons that I taught, and I wish I could have.
Those lessons I've taught before over like a 4-hour workshop, they apply to anybody. Now, it doesn't have to, so if your faith community has 20 people, or 80 people, or 800 people, none of that matters. It starts with the decision first, we are going to do something about whatever problem you all decide to confront. So I'll close with my answer to your question. There are two things you have to decide. What is the one thing in the world that breaks my heart that I have to do something about? Now, I have told people, your thing does not have to be my thing. It probably shouldn't be my thing. I chose so when you see me fighting against the issue of police violence, well, that's the issue that breaks my heart. That comes out of my experience and out of my life. For some of you whose life is totally different, your issue may be, as I said earlier, it could be housing. It could be children in foster care. It could be educational access. It could be the environment, green energy. It could be business. But you have to say, what's the one issue, like let me just do it as an example. Ma'am who asked me the question, what's the one issue in the world that breaks your heart? You see, your issues, she said, seeing people heal, but seeing people that are struggling with health issues, your issue is totally different than mine, right? So I chose police violence. You chose something that's centered around public health. What's your issue? Like one issue that breaks your heart? You said black males with a lack of mentoring, right? Young woman right here, look, yes. What's your issue? What is it? What's an issue that just breaks your heart, that bothers you? She said the justice system. So she and I have a similar bond. And so all of a sudden, like you and I can organize together because we have a common thing. And so the first thing you have to ask yourself is, what's the issue that breaks my heart? And you have to decide you're going to do something about it. If you don't start there, it won't work. So she said the justice system. What I want to encourage, I mean this to you specifically, don't just be frustrated about it. Don't just be frustrated about, and I know this isn't the case for you because I know what you're doing with your life. Don't just be frustrated with the lack of mentors for young black men. You have to say, you know what? I'm going to actually do something about it. Well, you've done that. Because once you make that decision, you start to see other people that care about it. You start to understand your role in it. So you have to ask yourself, what breaks my heart, and decide something to do about it. And then the second thing you have to decide, and you could do this in the faith community context, you have to decide, it is connected to when we did the organizing activity. You have to ask yourself, what's the thing that I do that makes me come alive? And how could I use that to address the thing that breaks my heart? Okay, let me try to bring those two things together. I am a writer. I like to write. It doesn't even feel like work to me. I've written almost 2,000 published articles. I don't think one of those articles was hard for me. I've made a living off of it. It's how I pay my bills. It's how I support myself. I enjoyed writing my books. I enjoy writing papers for school. Like, I'm that guy. Writing never seems like work to me. Well, I had to ask myself, how can I use the thing that I love to address the problem that breaks my heart? So you have to ask. So some people say, well, Sean, the thing I love, I get this sometimes, well, the thing I love, Sean, is basketball. But Sean, I don't know how I could use my love for basketball. Well, you haven't experimented with it yet. You haven't explored what that could be. So it depends on what breaks your heart. So say he told me he wants to mentor black men and the thing he really loves is basketball. I could come up with some ways where his love of basketball could help him mentor men, right? Young sister, what's your name? Tell me again. Rizia, tell me, what's the thing that makes you come alive? Like, you just love doing it. I don't care what it is. Well, you made that easy. I was hoping you'd throw me a curveball, So helping other people brings her joy. So what you have to do is find out, how can you use the thing that brings you joy to confront the issues in the justice system? So it might be like the idea that we had. What if it was, you know what? This year, I'm going to find 10 families impacted by the justice system, and I'm just going to volunteer to say, you know what? I'm going to help those families in some practical way. In any way. Like, what if you offered 10 families impacted by police brutality? What if you just offered to run a couple errands for them this year? I'm just talking about basic level. Like, I'll help you run some errands. What if you decided to provide a meal once a month? Like, you could do that. And it would bring you joy, and because it would bring you joy, you'd want to expand it and do it more. And so what you have to do is find the thing that breaks your heart and use your gifts and skills and the thing that brings you excitement and joy to solve that problem. Does that make sense? And when you can merge those two things, now how many of you are under 25 in the room? Under 25, raise your hand. Don't worry for everybody who didn't raise your hand, don't worry. It takes a while. It takes a while to find out how to use your gifts and skills to solve the problem that breaks your heart. I didn't really find out how to do that until I was about 30 years old. And so you may have to experiment and tinker, and you can change your mind with it. But today I've tried to leave you with some tools and action steps and things that you can try that can really make a difference. Listen, God bless you. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for letting me experiment with us and try some things out. God bless all of you who invited me and had me here. Thank you so much. Good to be with you all.
Thank you so much, Sean King, for coming. And I want to thank the committee for doing this. Michael Russ, Dr. Hurd, thank you, and the whole committee. And I especially want to thank all of you for coming, staying, participating, and committing. And I want to ask you for us to take the lessons that we learned today from Sean King and take it to each of our friendships, our clubs, our organizations, make a change there to make that big difference. Thank you all, and I appreciated being able to share this time with you. Again, thank you so much.
For all your support. Your championship.
Thank you so much, Dr. Morrison, Board of Trustee member for District 6 at Tarrant County College. Everybody, just give us your attention for 5 minutes, and we're going to let you go. Was not Sean King dynamic? Put your hands together. Come on, make him feel love right here at Tarrant County College. Come on, make him feel love and welcome.
Absolutely. Practical solutions that we can use to engage critically and make change. That's practical solutions. Thank you, Sean King.
Absolutely. What I appreciate about having Sean with us for the past 24, 36 hours is just him actually taking time to answer questions. Let me have your attention. Stay with me. Stay with me. Him taking time to actually answer questions, even as you saw right here in this moment, he has a plane to catch, but he did not rush himself. And over this weekend, we see a lot of media, but one thing I take away is he's truly passionate about this work. I mean, the brother's just down to earth, really. Like, you know, he as big as he is, I mean, he didn't come here with a lot of demands and requests, real simple. And I just want to appreciate you just for being that person. So thank you so much for being with us. Listen, on your tables, you see QR codes, there's evaluations. Do us a favor, don't just run out of here, but actually complete those evaluations. Let the college know that you enjoyed this, you want this again next year. Will you do that? This is the first TORO Talk Summit, and we want to do it again next year, and we can do that with your support. Give us your feedback, right? Now, don't just critique just for the sake of critiquing, but tell us what you learned, and where we do need critique, please give us that critique so that we can improve it for next year. Y'all with me over there? So there's QR codes, there's evaluations on your table. Please just take 2 or 3 minutes to fill that out for us, okay? And we greatly appreciate it. Again, thank you to our virtual audience for joining us over the past 2 days. We appreciate you. And once again, to our TORO Talks committee, we want to say thank you. We are indebted to you. We could not have done this without you. And lastly, there may be 1 or 2 exhibitor tables that are still in the lobby. Go ahead and visit those tables just to see what opportunities that they may have. All right, so again, thank you for being here for the first TORO Talk Summit. Fill out those evaluations. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know that you want this again next year. Final words, Dr. Hurd.
Michael Russ and everybody, let's continue to move forward towards justice.
All right, we'll see you all next year.